Brawl Stars fans, welcome back to day 2 of our second stage of the LPL Brawl Stars Asia Pacific Tour. One of 3 events this year that Supercell and LPL have teamed up to bring to the Asia Pacific region. Of course, $19,000 spread over 3 stages, $6,000 for Pro Division, $500 for Open, so it's anyone's up for grabs. Teddy, we're coming into day 2, and so far, the main theme of the tournament has been the story of these underdog upsets.
Absolutely. So the beginning of yesterday was pretty much, business as usual. But then the upper bracket semifinals were absolutely mind-blowing with upsets. You love to see it, and I can't wait to see the storylines unfold today.
Well, if you're not sure how we got here, of course, let's figure it out. It's been, well, an interesting run so far. We play open qualifiers for 4 separate regions. We then take the top 2 teams from those regions, bring them to the final stage. We play a mixture of best of 3 and best of 5s through a double elimination bracket to find our top 3 who will work their way into the prizing, of course. We have 2 best of 3 matches today, and then, Teddy, I have great news. We head to the best of 5. We head to right into the thick of the action. That's where things start to get really wet and wild, because, I mean, we've seen the best of 3. We've seen that opportunity for those underdog teams to really make an opportunity for themselves. But you and I both know, we've seen APAC Brawl Stars at its finest. Best of 5 is where the top teams thrive.
Absolutely so. I mean, best of 3 is nice to filter out the top teams from the lesser ones, but once we get towards our top 4, we want to make sure that we go all the way in those series and give each teams the chance to fully show what they're capable of.
Now we are right in the middle of things. We are heading towards that tail end, of course. We are working our way to the top 3, and that is where the money is here in the Brawl Stars Asia Pacific Tour. Top 3 get themselves a slice of that $6,000. Now, $6,000 US, Teddy, it's a lot of money, especially when you convert it into the local currencies in Asia Pacific. First place walks away with a cool $3,000. So there is incentive to make sure that you are the top seed rather than the second, of course.
Definitely so. I mean, the money here means a lot, whether it's for the teams that didn't qualify for LCQ or Worlds. That's a huge chunk of money, they could really use it. But even the teams making it to LCQ, the teams making it to World, the practice is good, side money is good. They got to make sure they perform at their best today.
Yeah, and I mean, even if you're not spending it at the LCQ or the Grand Finals, that's a lot of Brawl passes that you can buy for yourself and your team. Looking at the bracket as it stands, though, we've already sent a couple of teams home. Now, Teddy, it's time to send some more, like I said, our last 2 best of 3 matches to play out down here in the lower bracket. Max Aura taking on Crazy Raccoon, and then Delay Esports taking on NAVI. I mean, it's crazy. You wouldn't have thought coming into this tournament that it is guaranteed to at least be Crazy Raccoon or NAVI, or both, potentially, that go home in the lower bracket.
It's a completely crazy storyline unfolding. I mean, if you look at our upper bracket, Coco Loco versus 3R Gaming for our upper bracket semifinal, not what we expected, but my goodness, are we happy to see it.
Now, I was keeping an eye on Twitch chat yesterday, and a lot of you guys thought that you could do a better job. If you want to, you can try, believe it or not. With LPL, we have 8 tournaments going on throughout August in the 1v1 and 3v3 format. Now, 4 of each. You can play in both formats if you want. For 3v3, you will need to bring some friends, though, of course, but you have your chance to win yourself some LPL points and some LPL tokens along the way if you're good enough. And Teddy, look, we know some of these guys might even end up playing in the Asia Pacific Tour in the future. But enough of that for now. You guys are going to have to wait your turn. Right now, it's time to get in our first match of the day. Of course, Max Aura taking on Crazy Raccoons. Look, Teddy, I wouldn't have thought an organisation like Crazy Raccoons coming hot off a World Championship victory. Not in Brawl Stars, of course, but for the org, they are riding high. I mean, look, you would have thought they would have been in the upper bracket. Now, Max Aura, an Australian team of all teams, could be the one to potentially knock them out of the tournament.
It's the last OCE team in the tournament. But I'm going to be honest with you, Billy, as much as I'm cheering for those guys, I think this is their last match. I think this is their second and last match. Sadly, they had a free win, but besides that, they faced NAVI in the upper bracket. That was a 2-0 loss, didn't pick up a single game. I fear it's going to be a similar scenario here against Crazy Raccoon.
And speaking of Crazy Raccoon, let's dive into the roster. It is, of course, going to be the powerhouse roster of Tensai, Shitatampo, and Moya Tampo. I mean, look, I mean, Tensai alone has some of the most insane experience coming out of APAC in terms of Brawl Stars as a whole, and they rounded out with the Shiratambo Moya roster, and they make for, well, arguably the best team APAC has at the moment.
Definitely so. They're on top of the world. They're an incredibly strong roster, coming off the bat of some monthly final victories, a great second place last month as well. And yesterday, falling short against 3R, but it went all the way to a third and final set to settle it. So right now, I think they're coming in hot and motivated to go all the way.
Well, I mean, it's going to be down to where they go to battle, of course. Let's have a look at the maps and see where our first best of 3 of the day and second to last best of 3 of the tournament will be played out. Of course, we have seen this map pool before, so it is going to be familiar for some. Goalkeeper's dream to start us off with the Brawl Ball. We then head to the hideout. It's Sneaky in the Bounty, and then we round things out. We did get to see it in our last matchup of the day. Dueling Beetles making potentially its second appearance on the hot zone. And I mean, Teddy, for a team like Crazy Raccoons, I think this is absolutely their playground.
Definitely so. I think the longer range enables them to play some of those highly mechanical brawls that they are known for, whether it's sharpshooter or an aggressive max comp. Those things are just literally in their ballpark, and Liverpool sets themselves up for success here.
Well, success is going to be key, and there are going to be a couple of players that we want to keep an eye on to see whether or not that success is going to manifest itself between two teams like Maxora and Crazy Raccoons. I mean, look, Crazy Raccoons is pretty simple. We're probably looking at the likes of Tensai. He has been a leader for this team, a leader for the region for the longest time. But for Maxora, they're not completely unknown. I mean, you look at Lark, probably one of the best known players in this part of the world. But it's hard to get as high a level experience as Crazy Raccoon have coming out of Oostedi.
Yeah, it's a match with very different perspectives. You know, you have a team like Crazy Raccoons with literal world champion, Tensai, a 2-times world champion as well. However, Max Aura, they're not quite pro players. They're more like, I would say, competitive players, like enthusiasts, right? They watch a lot of matches. They are aware. They follow the scene deeply, but they haven't quite made their breakthrough just yet. So I would love to see them perform here. I have my doubts and reservations, but hey, if they can prove me wrong, I'd be happy to see it.
Look, we have a phrase for that here in ANZ. In fact, there's quite a few of them out there when it comes to the sporting world. It's called a couch competitor. They always reckon that they're the top dog and would have done the right thing in the moment. But look, for right now, it is time for a quick break. We just need to make sure the players are ready. They're in the right mindset. They're keen and ready to kick this off. When we come back after this, Max Aura taking on Crazy Raccoons in just a sec.
Okay. Play for free and win prizes with LPL Showdown, a weekly tournament series at Let's Play Live. Currently available for Brawl Stars and more. Earn LPL points to redeem in the Showcase shop for subscriptions, digital and physical prizes. Subscribers can also win cash prizes and receive double the LPL points. Sign up for free today at Let's Play Live. Introducing LPL Tournament Builder. Build your own tournaments for up to 16 participants in 3 easy steps. Choose one of the 53 supported titles across PC, console, and mobile. Select the tournament format and number of participants. Set the prizes for your tournament. It's that simple. Your tournaments, your community, your way. Try LPL Tournament Builder for free today at Let's Play Live.
Coming back from the break, and Maxor, of course, taking on Crazy Raccoons here to start play day 2 of the Stage 2 playoffs. Teddy, in the Australian team, look, they are punching above their weight at the moment. They will get the first pick courtesy of the coin toss, but again, it's one of those situations. They have everything to gain, nothing to lose, and a Melody to start things off for Maxor. I gotta respect it. It's been an interesting pick in APAC especially.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that in most modes, you kind of prefer last pick, but I would say Goalkeeper's Dream, which isn't in a competitive map pool anymore. But I think that Melody is definitely a super solid first pick option. So I kind of like that for Maxora. I think that's setting them up for success. And again, this is a crazy underdog story. I mean, Crazy Raccoons are 10 times the caliber of players than what Maxora are, and Maxora play from Australia. So not exactly ideal situation for the Aussies here. However, we've had crazy underdog stories so far in the LPL. So I'm kind of hungry for some more here. I really hope we get to see something. The Sandy and Pearl combination here coming through for Crazy Raccoons. Good pick. Sandy gonna do good and on lane. Pearl can be a bit more of a mid. It's a bit more polyvalent, so it could potentially go towards the lane as well. And look at that, they're going for the Draco. So some cheesier options being brought in here by Maxor.
I wonder if Maxora may have got the memo, may not have got the memo as to the fact that we're playing Brawl Stars and definitely not banned Hero. You know, they've got a lead singer, guitarist. What do you round it out with? Surely you need bass, drummer, something. And probably percussion, I think, would be the way to go here, although what luck might bring to make that one happen. Yeah, look, it definitely cannot be argued. The Crazy Raccoon, definitely a high caliber team from Maxora, but it's far from lack of trying that is the reason for that, and on top of it they then have to battle through ping. So look, it is much of a muchness at the end of the day. Interesting.
I don't think it's a bad shout because it has a good matchup against Pearl, and it also should prevent or at least mitigate the chances of getting more tanks as a last pick here for Crazy Raccoon. So I don't think the Colette is a bad shout overall so far. I really like their comp. Again, I think they need more than a great comp in order to win this set and this match in general. They're gonna need their craziest drafts and then just a bad performance from Crazy Raccoon. But hey, you can never rule any scenario out really, and it's gonna be a Charlie that has completely fallen out of the meta in the last few months. It used to be like the #1 pick for months and months. More recently, it has struggled a lot. Its range got reduced, which kind of removed its sharpshooter role. It still has some nice utility. I think it's a good idea for shutting down something like the Melody or the Draco. However, it is a bit more limited in how useful it is.
Yeah, it definitely feels like there's a deterrent element for the likes of the Melody at least. You don't want that full-in commitment from K, as well as making things a little bit less comfortable for Lark. And there we go. Look, I have to say, Teddy, as someone who spent almost the majority of his time on the football field in goal, this map is anything but. The goalkeeper's dream is having a solid defense, and that is a wide open goal.
Yes, well, sometimes it turns out to be the goalkeeper's nightmare, really. Kate pushing forwards, tries to go for a play, and honestly wasn't too far off from pulling something off. Unfortunately, the shutdown is there, and a goal to follow up here and open up the scoreboard for Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly it. And I don't think we were expecting much else from Crazy Raccoons when it came to this, and unfortunately, Cocoon up that right-hand side, a deep push from Lark, trying to make something happen. Kay's in trouble, everyone's in trouble, but Lark has just walked that ball home for a cheeky goal for Maxora, which, I mean, look, having seen Australia's football record internationally, that's very impressive in and of itself.
That's a crazy goal here for Maxora. Aggressive plays coming through. They're trying their best to hold on to some mid control, but this is going to be a bit too much to ask. Let's find the follow-up goal, and we'll take the opening game. Not a bad performance from Maxora. They had some good ideas. I think the Melody is kind of their win condition here, and I don't know if I see enough for it to be like a winnable set, but we're seeing some signs of life, and that's already kind of more than I was expecting here, considering they're facing like the best team in APAC.
Yeah, I mean, definitely felt like a bit of smoke and mirrors, you know, like getting a little bit deeper on the Draco in that second round of the set, and for that second goal of the set, rather, more than anything. And yeah, okay, you got to pick it up. Lark does send it deep, but ultimately it costs him his life because Crazy Raccoons back it up, play a little bit more passively. Ball is going to end up deep into Crazy Raccoons territory, and there you go. Looking for the jump in, the tempo does go down. It's tax time, unfortunately, and Tensai's trying to make it happen here. Balls goes straight to Lark. He's going to pass it off to sorry, that's what his name is. Yeah, they always make it fun for us. Ball centered mid, the tempo should just be able to walk this one through. No, he's picked up, finished off, courtesy of Lark. Big opportunity here.
Nice defense from Maxora, keeping them into this game. Crazy Raccoons, a bit more defensive. They do have some supers to work with. Spiderling's gonna be getting spawned in. Blackjack is gonna get cocooned. He is locate, going for a play. Unfortunately, can't quite line up the shot. It gets caught by Moya. And now the counter attack from Crazy Raccoon should be resulting in a pretty straightforward goal. Tensai just has to walk it past the defense. And Crazy Raccoon, with a minute on the clock here, are about to take the set.
I have to say, credit where credit is due for Maxora. Each goal that Crazy Raccoons has scored has taken just that little bit longer than the previous one. So Maxora at least definitely making it harder as we progress. And I say that, unfortunately, the cast of curse is a very real and ever-present danger for esports athletes. And Crazy Raccoons will take the Brawl Ball. Nice 2-0 start, and will take the map lead going into the rest of this best of three. I mean, look, it's largely what we expected from Crazy Raccoons, honestly.
Yes, well, at the end of the day, the scoreline is what 90% of people would have predicted here. Crazy Raccoons clearly favorites here, and the stats are going in that direction as well. Sorry is worth mentioning, almost 70,000 damage. Very nicely done on his part. I have to say, I think it was more of a positive surprise for me in Maxora's performance. They found a goal, they got some kills here and there. Yes, it was still like far from being sufficient, but it's still showing some signs of life. And I think that, like, even if things were to end right here, right now, Maxora is probably going to be fairly happy about their performance here against the Titans that Crazy Raccoon are.
I mean, not willing to roll over and just let Crazy Raccoons have this for free. You got to respect that, showing up against the first seed coming out of APAC globally and trying to at least put up a show. Going to the hideout for the bounty. I think we're probably going to see very similar momentum out of what we got from Goalkeeper's Dream and the Brawl Ball. But no, look, I don't doubt for a minute that Maxora might be able to take a couple of stars away.
Yeah, I can see it happen. It's a bit harder, I think, to cheese your way through in bounty, because like the objective is literally kills. You can't kind of like, you know, melody yourself a goal out of nowhere. Those opportunities don't really exist as much, so it's a bit harder to, like, yeah, find some cheese and find some opportunities to sneak your way onto the scoreboard. I think it's going to be more challenging. I think it's going to be more challenging, and seeing how one-sided this opening set was already, I think this is Maxora's last appearance in this second season of the LPL. However, as I always say, you know, as hard and as harsh as I can be on the players and on the team sometimes, I love nothing more than to be proven wrong. I want to see underdog stories. We had some crazy underdog stories yesterday in the upper bracket. This is the best time possible here for Maxora. I want to see them go out with a blast, if anything, and just play their best Brawl Stars, because I know how much they care about competitive Brawl Stars.
I mean, if nothing else, the one thing they can take away from this, they are the highest seeded Australian team in the LPL Brawl Stars Asia Pacific Tour. We won't talk about the actual nitty-gritty details of it all, but look, they can walk away with their heads held high. And yeah, look, I don't think that this will just be another rollover situation. Yeah, look, it's likely going to be Crazy Raccoons pretty dominant in this map as well, but I have every belief that Maxora are going to put up a fight here in terms of what they bring. Yeah, look, I think the cheese is probably out the window right now. They're probably going to go something... Actually, to be fair, they could just completely throw it even further out the window and commit to the bit and maybe bring something weird and wonderful, but I get the feeling with Crazy Raccoon, they aren't playing this silly. We did see that out of them last stage. They got a little bit cocky, they got a little bit, ahead of themselves, and they made some silly drafts, and it did punish them a little bit. We're not seeing that this time around, though.
Yeah, I also don't know if it's the same crazy Raccoon once Tensai is here. He's a little bit more serious than the rest of the bunch at times. So I don't know if I would expect the same kind of like BM and troll picks than we saw during Season 1. However, it is a fair point to mention that sometimes when they know it's a one match, or that on paper they're taking that one, they can get a little bit funny in the drafts. I don't know if it's going to be the case here. I think they kind of just want to get the business done. At least that's what it seemed like in the opening set. But yeah, we'll see if that leaves enough space for Max Aura to really outdraft them. Again, I think Max Aura, they're a little bit limited in their brawler pool, considering the delay. You don't really, you're not going to be as enthusiastic about playing sharpshooters. We saw it, I think, very much yesterday with Sergeant playing Piper. He's one of the best Pipers in the world, and yet he was missing shot after shot after shot because, he was just not able to get those like fine millisecond connections that are required at this level of play.
I mean, that's exactly it. I mean, in terms of what we're seeing out of this pick ban phase already, Lily banned out, Jean, Piper, Barry being banned out, as well as that Angelo. I mean, the Mandy. Look, there is just ample opportunity for Max Aura to do some very interesting stuff draft-wise. And look, it's back, Teddy, it's back. I was talking some smack about it on socials before we started, but the APAC Grey's here.
I mean, you can't see it right now, but I'm not smiling. I am not smiling. It's a disaster here for the Max Aura draft. We don't stand by Grey here anymore. We just don't. It's not that good. It's not that special. He's not gonna make it work under delay either. I have no belief in that Grey. I just lost all hope for Max Aura.
These Europeans don't know. They just, in this house, we pick Grey. In the Apex house, we pick Grey. Regardless of the situation, regardless of the ping difference, there is no ping difference. You just got to stop thinking, stop using your brain. There's no reaction time if you're not thinking, just be in the moment. Use the Grey as it was always meant to be, brainless and ever present in the moment. No, look, I have no idea what's going to happen here. K could just play out of his mind. He could be completely shut down. But yeah, RT Pearl, the response from Crazy Raccoon, that one I know for a certainty.
Well, if there's one positive of the Grey here, it is pretty much preventing throwers from being brought in, because both the pull and the wall break are a bit problematic for the throwers here. So to that extent, I can respect it. The problem with picking it this early, though, is that he doesn't really have any matchups here. You're not going to go TP on an RT. That's just a one-way ticket to being out of the tournament. And the Pearl as well is dangerous to get close against. They will get a thrower of their own, so I don't mind that plan. The 8-bit as well, a good brawler. I find it interesting that they decided to go Larry Laurie rather than Tick, because it pairs better with the 8-bit. Instead, it's going to be Crazy Raccoon with the Tick, which seems like a better idea to me. But then again, what am I expecting from a team that plays Grey?
Well, look, I would probably agree with you if Tick's damage output off the regular attack was instantaneous, but there is that delay, and playing on ping, I feel you want a thrower that is going to immediately dish out the damage, something like the Larry Laurie. There's no, fuse to have to worry about. As much as it can be a powerhouse pick, it has its problems when you're playing on such a significant ping difference.
I just feel like shots are easier to connect with the Tick, so to that extent, I kind of prefer it. I also feel like the turrets would be better protected if it was any other thrower than a Tick on the enemy side. Right now, a damage booster is just not going to stay up for long.
Well, then Shitadampo working his way up the right-hand side of the field. The hook goes wide. Unfortunately, Estonia good at rugby. They will slot the field goal. Not in the position I think they're looking for. Shitadampo is doing a great amount of work in terms of zoning right now.
So far, things looking fairly promising for Maxora. They did get that blue star, but the first blood is coming through now as Tempo finds a kill in the 8-bit. Let's see if Crazy Raccoon can hold on to that lead, or if Maxora can try to find a comeback.
Well, and in terms of what we've seen, so I mean, the fact that for now, Crazy Raccoon haven't felt comfortable enough to just fully commit and go for the all-in fight speaks volume. And so, I mean, look, Kay playing at the hook. We did get the hook. There you go, Teddy. It's all over. Maxora just wins this, unfortunately, despite, you know, Shinitampo having picked up that elimination already. And, look, it's a moral victory at the end of the day.
So far, it's been a fairly quiet game, just a 1 kill on the Crazy Raccoon side, and of course the blue star being picked up earlier by Maxora, but tags from Tensai keeping Blackjack at bay. F2 supers available on the Maxora side, 3 for Crazy Raccoon. Bit of damage being taken here by Sari, but now Larry has been placed in. TP was the heal from K, but it's not really helping out that much. They need to go in and they need to find an elimination. It is gonna be tough, it's close, but it's still gonna be a victory here for Crazy Raccoon, and that's match point locked in.
Yeah, I mean, it was close. You got to respect the full commit there with the Grey, but I mean, in all honesty, yeah, I mean, Shinitampo walks his way out the field completely uncontested. They've got that zone control. They get the 1 elimination that they need, and then they just work their way back down the field. Yeah, Crazy Raccoon did exactly what they wanted to in that matchup, and yeah, unfortunately for Maxora, they did everything I think that they possibly could in this situation.
All right. Can they get the blue star again? It's gonna be complicated. Blackjack is gonna miss the pool, and that resets his heals as well, meaning that Moya is able to one-shot him. Kill was actually for Tensai, but either way, it would have been a bit of a disaster here. Blue star will be picked up now by K, but is that really enough, since now the advantage is in the hands of Crazy Raccoon?
Yeah, and Shinitampo is going to find the opening, just walk his way out, clear out that damage booster. Unfortunately, it's going to have little to no effect now for Sorry. Kate's trying to hold things down in mid. Black Lark is he's trying to find something, but every single hook he's thrown, bar 1 has been off the mark. He's going to get another one. No, never mind. That's brutal. That was so darn close. And now with the power of the tech, just harassing out behind the wall, damage booster goes down. Tech is going to go to work to try and clear it out. Gadget pop, 60 HP in a dream. Lark walks up and he's eliminated, unfortunately. And that is going to be a forced to 1-star lead.
Complicated situation here for Maxora. They need a bit of a miracle to get out of this tricky situation. 30 seconds left and it's a 5-star lead in favor of Crazy Raccoon. Okay, 1 shot. It's going to be forced to buy some time to heal back up. But right now, I don't see any win conditions anymore for Maxora. This is pretty much as good as over unless they find an absolute miracle in the last 15 seconds.
Yeah, unfortunately, they are rare in esports. So yeah, time is just going to bleed away. Maxora are going to do their dash in the tournament, unfortunately. Moya mops up 1. They clean up Sorry as well. Crazy Raccoon. Pretty easy matchup, honestly, but I mean, when they've got the advantage and the experience and pretty much everything going their way, that's about as well as things could have gone for Maxora. You got to respect them, though. They showed up, they played the game, they gave it their absolute darndest, but unfortunately, our second Oceanic team has been eliminated.
GG's, well played here for Crazy Raccoon. Moving forwards in the lower bracket, Maxora. Unfortunately, it's the end of the journey on their end. They fought as hard as they could. They had tough opponents, though. Like, their 2 only matches that they played, since they did get a forfeit in the lower bracket, were against NAVI and against Crazy Raccoon. It doesn't really get harder than that.
No, it really doesn't. Taking out 2 of the top teams in the region, or taking them on, rather, not taking them out. Little to nothing you could do. But coming up after the break, Delay Esports take on NAVI to see who joins Crazy Raccoon in the lower semi-finals. Don't go anywhere. It's still warming up.
Okay. Play for free and win prizes with LPL Showdown, a weekly tournament series at Let's Play Live. Currently available for Brawl Stars and more. Earn LPL points to redeem in the Showcase shop for subscriptions, digital and physical prizes. Subscribers can also win cash prizes and receive double the LPL points. Sign up for free today at Let's Play Live. Introducing LPL Tournament Builder. Build your own tournaments for up to 16 participants in 3 easy steps. Choose one of the 53 supported titles across PC, console, and mobile. Select the tournament format and number of participants. Set the prizes for your tournament. It's that simple. Your tournaments, your community, your way. Try LPL Tournament Builder for free today at Let's Play Live.
Coming back from the break, and we head to our final best of 3 of the tournament. Teddy, we have to send another team home, unfortunately. In fact, we're going to have to send a couple more home by the end of the day. Delay Esports taking on NAVI. The LCQ qualifiers being knocked into the lower bracket by the team that they stole the LCQ spot from by a single point, of course. But, I mean, now NAVI have to beat Delay Esports just to get a shot at Crazy Raccoon. Their path just got that much harder.
It certainly did. I mean, right now, Delay Esports, not the luckiest bracket, having to face Crazy Raccoon first round in the upper bracket. Now it's their turn to face NAVI in the lower bracket. It is scary. It is scary. It is a bit sad as well to potentially not see a single best of 5 from either Delay Esports or from NAVI, because we know what those teams are capable of. Delay Esports, of course, it's Surgeon, it's Captain Rocks, it's Ash King, all from India. A great roster. I think Prime is actually going to be subbing in here for Surgeon. He does have a better ping, because I believe he was from Singapore, so that is potentially an advantage. It did seem yesterday like Surgeon was having a particularly hard time ping-wise.
Yeah, but their opponents probably won't be battling the same issues, unfortunately. It is, of course, NAVI, Natis Vincent, playing out of Japan, Achapi, Levi, and Suzuku. I mean, look, they won the last monthly, they've qualified for LCQ, and, I mean, Teddy, they're still in the lower bracket.
It's been a bit of a tough run for them facing Coco Loco and what was a very emotional match overall. Unfortunately for NAVI, they weren't quite able to perform up to standards there. This is their chance at redemption here in the LPL, as it was a bit of an early exit of the upper bracket. Worth mentioning as well that NAVI did not participate in the first season of the LPL either. So right now, I mean, if they want to be, a team to be remembered here in the LPL, it's a good moment to wake up and start performing.
Well, our maps for this final best of 3, of course, it is the exact same ones playing through that lower bracket. Crazy Raccoon, obviously still feeling like they are top dogs in the competition. They want to take a map away from both of these teams. They are going to be able to face off against one. But, I mean, what we've seen, what we're expecting, having Prime in the mix as well, I mean, there has been underdog energy in the air, Teddy. Is there a possibility that it is not, in fact, NAVI that joins Crazy Raccoon in that lower bracket semi-final?
I think it's still like an underdog story here for Delay Esports. They're great guys and they've had some fantastic results in the past, especially if you look at like Surgeon and Prime. The main problem again is they have to deal with delay, and it depends what kind of performance we get from them. If it's like last LPL, they did really solid. They placed top 3. They nearly won against Crazy Raccoons. Then if they play at that level today, I can see them still going far. However, if they play like they did yesterday, it's gonna be the end of the journey right here, right now.
I mean, it's exactly what we're going to have to find out looking to this matchup, though. I mean, NAVI definitely were a little bit frustrated on the socials as to how things had gone. They know that they've got a lot to prove going to the LCQ, and with Delay Esports having that first pick, they will pick up the Gale for themselves going into Goalkeeper's Dream. I mean, Gale has been a pretty powerhouse brawler in the competition so far.
It has been. It's very, very strong right now in the current meta. Byron is very strong too. He's going to have a little bit more range. However, doesn't quite have the same control capabilities. A bit more sharpshootery. Less of a utility type of brawler, but does still provide heals. So that's the aspect that makes it a little bit unique. Also opens things up for some tankier ideas potentially. Nice thing you can do as well if you're being outlaned is you can just stack up a lane with someone and just kind of bully your way out of it, because if you just chain heal after heal after heal, the other person should be able to quite comfortably win their lane. So there's a lot of plays that can be brought in here. Again, Goalkeeper's Dream is a map that could be slightly more favorable for underdog teams just because it's not in the current competitive map pool anymore. So it's not being scrimmed as much by the pro teams. So therefore, I think this is not a bad shout here for Delay Esports to try to go crazy and close the gap a little bit.
Pearl comes through, paired up nicely with the Byron, means that, I mean, that front liner just got that much harder to eliminate when it comes to these fights and controlling the ball. Delay Esports Prime in. I mean, in terms of what we've seen out of them, do we see them go that tanky frontline? We've seen the Frank come out a couple of times. It's not like there's a huge amount of demand for that wall break, but Max, that speed element could be what Delay Esports need, and it's going to be both of them, in fact.
Interesting. The speed and the Frank here. It's going to be a deadly combination. Will Delay Esports be able to make that work? I feel like they've set themselves up for success here by having the Gil as well on their end as that first pick. So I think it's going to be a bit more complicated to shut things down. I wonder what ideas NAVI have in mind, if they want utility or rather just like damage, raw stopping power. Perhaps just a Shelly or something along those lines could be considered here. But it's a bit of a tough call. What is the best move here? Because it is going to be very hard. Ems is not a bad shot. I was thinking of it as well. I'm just a little bit scared that it doesn't have enough stopping power. The slow is going to be very, very valuable. It still has some decent damage, but if you close the gap and get close enough, the Ems is going to be worthless.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen what Frank could do if that gap's closed. I mean, you pair it with a Max and all of a sudden that speed steroid. On top of things, Gale just being a nuisance. I feel like if it just comes purely down to the draft, I think I favour Delay Esports just a little bit, but unfortunately there's more to consider in terms of the impact on this matchup. But I mean, Goku Stream coming up in just a second. As we jump on into it, Teddy, you look at Delay Esports. This is a solid draft. This could be what they need to get themselves some momentum here.
Let's see how this is gonna play through. As we do have the M's on the right lane against the Frank. I think things start getting scary for Navi once max speed is popped. Captain Rock's up close. That's the kind of range you want. But Tempo has a super, gets a bunch of damage off. Nice kill from Achapi onto Ash King, and that should stop any goal scoring opportunities for Delay Esports. Navi now with the counter attack.
I hate to say, it was a very close run thing. Levi, limited HP to work with. They actually got pretty darn close in the grand scheme to getting that goal attempt off. Crossing to the right-hand side over to Captain Ross. He's going to play it deep back in the pocket and allow Prime to maybe make a play. But with both Captain Rocks and Ash going down, it's on Prime. He gets himself back up. Ash off the spawn does have the potential to clear that ball out. But you can see Levi in the thick of things. Captain Rocks trying to finish it off. Sizu at least playing that right-hand lane. And yeah, the stopping power is not quite there. When all three of the brawlers are not up for Navi, they don't quite have the gas in the tank, I suppose, to finish things off.
A bit of an awkward find earlier as well, and the Tornado pretty much saving the day here for Delay Esports. Hypercharge, 2 hyper now going to be available. Prime is too low to really do anything though. Hypercharge going to be popped by Levy as well. Captain Rock just trying to hold down the fort on the right hand side. Use a nice dissuasions. However, if they somehow manage to create a little bit of space, things could really start to slip here for Delay Esports.
I mean, once that movement speed story comes in, if Captain Rocks can close the gap and start going to work with a hypercharged Frank, things get very, very scary. The one saving grace, Suzuki, does have the hyper up and available. That slowing field could be a real problem in terms of the strategy. And again, it may have come down to a pretty well-read draft pick. Ash pops the super just to clear Levi out with 17 seconds left. It's looking like we might be going to sudden death.
10 seconds left before the map opens up, and Delay Esports knows they don't stand a chance in overtime. Is there a chance to score right in the beginning of it or at the end of regulatory time? Prime gets a hold of the ball, tries to find an angle. Sadly for him, does not find his oh so valuable connection. Instead, Levy has a free goal locked in here for Navi. A risky game here played by Delay Esports. Risky because when you're playing defensive, the slightest mistake and suddenly your opponent's there right in front of your goal with the ball. But secondly, they risked it all by just betting and gambling everything on that early overtime because they had those 2 hypercharges that they could combine together. Sadly for them, they found no value of that, and Navi were just able to use it against them.
Much like in conventional football, positioning is king, and unfortunately this didn't have the positioning to work with. Their Captain Rocks wants to go on the offensive, but this Ems is working Captain Rocks. Big damage coming out. He's going to get 2 for himself, but falls to a Chappie. Allows Prime the time to spawn back up and start punishing. This Byron playing in the middle, but 2 supers up and available for Navi. Could swing this momentum pretty significantly if they're not careful.
Prime taking a lot of damage again, trying to go for a solo play. I kind of respect it though, you know. Delay Esports, they got to do what they can, and Prime is also going to be the player on the map with the best ping out of both teams. So trying to abuse it as much as possible just seems like an obvious strategy. Unfortunately though, it's not really paying off so far.
Ash just playing in the back pocket, will catch the ball, sends it back down. Captain Rock's trying to do what he can. Hypercharge going out, and he's going to get both of the problem factors of this Navi roster. Chappie alive. Captain working his way up the field, does have the super, sends it deep, but unfortunately Suzuki spawning back up, picks it up. And they will just sit in the back pocket. Now it's Levi's turn. He's going to look to try and cut deep and make this an absolute monster time. Ash King pops the super, sending Suzu back. Prime isolated and out. Passes it up to Levi. Kick is there. Doesn't even bother wasting the super. They know they need to close out this next one. Navi have this well in hand.
Nicely done by Navi. Early on, some nice tags from Levi as well. A bit of a misplacement. Prime forced to use a gadget to get the ball back, but that attempt still results in a trade here. 35 seconds left, and Delay Esports need a goal, or the set is going the way of Navi. Prime finds a beautiful kill into Shizuku. Is there a chance to go further here for Delay Esports? Double hypercharge being popped. Surely they convert this into a goal. The team wipe is there. The goal follows up, and Delay Esports saved the day just in the nick of time, but overtime is coming back, and they're not out of their misery yet.
Welcome to the Wombo combo. Captain Rox is looking to try and cut it deep. He's going to pass it up, and all of a sudden the 1-2 combo. Delay not going quietly into the night, it seems, Teddy. They tie things up here. They are looking to try and push themselves into a favourable position.
Absolutely crazy performance from them. And ice cold as well in the veins, I think, is worth mentioning here, because Delay Esports, they were about to drop that set, and in the span of 20 seconds, they managed to not only equalize, but actually steal it when an overtime situation would not have been in their favor. We saw that in game one. Beautifully done by Delay Esports. Navi letting it slip a little bit.
Captain Rock's playing a little bit safer here on the Frank. Doesn't want to expose himself to those hazardous fumes coming from Shizuku, but Ash finds some priority, works his way up. Captain Rock's trying to turn that damage down, but he's taking so much punishment. Looking to finish off Levi. They have the player advantage. It's equalised, unfortunately. Ball is there. A super kick could potentially slot that ball home, but neither Prime nor Ash King have it. They will have to back themselves off as Levi spawns back in. Ash down. The advantage now there for Navi. Once again, just centering that ball in the middle of the field, but the super's there for Captain Rox. Can he get shut the damage? No, he can't. Unfortunately, once again, goes from bad to worse for Delay Esports.
Yeah, this is a tough start of the game for Delay. Fast forward is not really going to find anyone. Still, Delay Esports defensive. It's starting to feel more like the pacing of our first game of Brawl. Nice tag onto Captain Rox. Double connection with the splash from a Chompy. He's trying to close the gap, but if Captain Rox get in range, things could get a bit out of hand. Levi is going to pop the hypercharge. Does get the super off with a lot of damage, but no kill and no goal. And maybe an opportunity here for Delay Esports to start building up some control and find a goal of their own.
Knife is up and available. Ash, I mean, you kind of want that super just to try and clear out some distance for the team, and you definitely want that regen back in. Ash in trouble. Has the super now, and this could be that opening point that they're looking for. Shizuku has well and truly controlled Captain Rox for the majority of this map. Ash looking to get up in the face of a Chappy. Decent damage, but no HP to work with. Has the super. Does he look to pop it here? Pops the ball back towards his team. Super does go out, but he falls without much traction. Captain Rox going to look to full on commit. Can't do it. Is that kite is so good out of Navi. Prime hypercharged up and ready to go as well. Levi, ball control in the mid, spawn up from Captain Rox. They're going to pop it, they're going to look to go deep. Can't. Captain Rox needs to get some big punishment out. Super kick goes for 10 seconds away from overtime here, Teddy. I think we might be doing it again.
Navi trying to score with extra style points with a trick shot there. Doesn't quite pay off, but look at the positioning here. So tough for Delay Esports. 2v1 against Prime. He gets taken out. Ash King pops the hypercharge, and his ankles will get broken by Levi. Navi find the goal early in this overtime to secure the opening set for Navi.
That felt longer than just a single set, if we're being honest here. That went for a good long while. Probably one of the longest singular maps that I think we've seen out of any matches in this tournament so far. And I mean, you look at the numbers across the board. Navi outplayed and outperformed on the whole, but Captain Rox really made them work for it.
He really did. 11 kills is insane. I mean, Frank is a great pick of Brawler as well if you have Delay. I think Prime did what he could as well with the max. He is kind of like the best chance, I think, for Delay Esports, considering he has good servers. I think that maybe he didn't quite do enough. I feel like there were a lot of situations where he could have been a little bit more impactful still. I know he still did, like, this is the tough part, is that he still did a lot. But I feel like under the circumstances, he might just be their win condition. And for that, he needs to perform, like, even better than this. This was not a bad performance from him. but he needs like one of his best performances to remain competitive.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, limitations of the Frank in terms of range output, and then of course that Ems pick to round out the draft from Navi was spot on. I mean, that single-handedly controlled Captain Rocks on that Frank. There's little to nothing he could do in terms of getting out, and yeah, look, it just goes to show the depth of knowledge and approach that Navi bring to the game, and gives us good reason as to why they are going to LCQ. But obviously turning our attention to map 2, Hideout Bounty coming up next. I mean, in terms of the draft, I would expect pretty similar approach in terms of what Delay have been doing. It's fairly well thought out in terms of the draft. They're not playing anything too crazy, too silly. So Navi, I mean, arguably, of the two teams that are looking at that lower bracket semi-final, Crazy Raccoon and Navi, Crazy Raccoon has probably had the easier run.
Yes, that's fair. I think that the thing with Delay Esports here is that Prime coming in, I think, gives them a lot more possibilities in their draft. Because I've mentioned it so many times, you know, teams that are playing with higher ping, you need to simplify the game. You need to play brawlers that are lower skill ceiling, preferably like AoE brawlers, where you don't need to be like incredibly sharp mechanically. It's not a matter of like milliseconds for every single shot, you know. But it does limit you heavily in what you can do with your comps. It limits you in the synergy that you can have between brawlers, because you just don't have the same possibilities than a team that, you know, is playing on low ping. However, having Prime being brought in, I think, is a game changer here, because that means that they have that one player that can play those mechanical brawlers. We saw him pull off the max here. It wasn't enough, but it was still pretty damn close. 2-1. I think that's a very, you know, decent scoreline, even if they end up dropping that opening set. If they do manage to find like this, you know, kind of standout brawler, and Prime can find a way to make it shine, I can see this going all the way.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it once the delay strategy actually came into effect, and that second, you know, attempt, I mean, seeing it just work its way up the field with that speed boost, Frank just going to town, absolutely blowing up everyone, the Wombo combo coming to play. Yeah, once he actually got the draft to play it out the way it was meant to, very impressive. But unfortunately, once it's spotted, I think once NAVI saw exactly what was going on, they knew exactly what they wanted to do. Heading to Hideout though now for the bounty. Angelo, Piper and Gene banned out by Delay Esports. So, I mean, a lot of range threat taken off the board early, and the Carl banned out by NAVI. So none of those cheesy early Blue Star strats.
Yeah, that is, I think, good shouts from NAVI overall. I think they are also aware that, you know, there might be some cheese, that there might be some picks that are influenced by delay. This is why Gene is a good band, Barry is a good band, Kala is a good band. Very much targeted here specifically at that Delay Esports team. So I like the approach from NAVI. Meg is a very good shot. I mentioned it multiple times for OC and Indian teams. Get an early Megan. It's very solid and it holds down the fort very nicely. It's also extra safe because once you like get taken down, you get out of mech before actually just, you know, being taken out and giving away stars. So that extra little bit of survivability as well as AoE damage is really not a bad thing. It's not quite AoE damage. Maybe I'll correct myself there, but you know, it's a heavy like area where your shots are going through. So overall, I like this approach from Delay Esports so far. NAVI go Mandy and 8-bit. Not bad shouts at all, like very standard bounty stuff on Hideout or Shooting Star. An early Mandy or an early 8-bit, and then perhaps we'll see a thrower such as a Tick, or maybe even a Nani as the final pick. Those all just kind of make sense here. This is something we've seen many times in the Brawl Stars Championship.
Well, where do we see the draft head from here? I mean, Delay clearly have their game plan in terms of the Meg. They're going to go the max again, so some added mobility, some real threat in terms of repositioning. Do they go for something a little bit sustaining, maybe, just to keep the Meg as healthy as possible, the likes of a Byron? I mean, look, there's flexibility in terms of what they can do to round this draft out, but on the whole, I think Delay's Esports' you know, approach to this is they don't want to get backed into a corner. They want to have that flexibility of movement.
I think Byron is really not a bad shout. I think potentially a thrower could be a good idea as well. As if we look at things right now with the Carl ban, I think Delay Esports pretty much get a guaranteed blue star with the Meg, if they want it, right? Or with the max. and they will go for the tick. I think it's also a good shout to just take the tick away from NAVI, because it pairs really nice with the damage booster, right? It gets that extra damage. Tick has an unbelievable amount of control and range, so it's really easy to get some chip damage. If you get the extra damage from the damage booster added to that, the chip damage suddenly not really that chippy anymore. So I think this is a good shout here from Delay Esports. I think they kind of had only 2 ways to go unless they wanted to really go for something fancy. I think it would either have been the Baronet that you mentioned or a thrower, and instead NAVI, they're gonna bring in a Brock. Okay, I'm excited for this because Brock is really out of meta right now. It used to be played a bit in Bounty and Knockout, but especially it would be played on Heist on some of the more open maps because obviously it brings in wall break. It's a sharpshooter and it does insane like damage on safe. However, it doesn't really deal as much damage on players. It's hard to hit your shots against players. You are very limited in your range as well because like not as in it's short, but as in there's like a sweet spot where it's a bit easier to hit your connections. So it is a bit predictable. It's a bit difficult to pull off, but it does counter the tick. It does open up the map. It is a bit of a bold one though, because it does not do good at all against the Max and the Mag.
Yeah, I think that was entirely the plan though, was that wall break to remove all of that security from Ash. So, I mean, yeah, like the tick not going to be as secure as it would have been otherwise. You look at it once again, positioning trade, Ishapi and Suzuki. NAVI as a whole just baiting Ash and Prime a little bit further forward and trying to go for the pinch, but luckily Delay Esports don't fall for it.
I do kind of like the tick as well because it's against an 8-bit and a Mandy that both like. I mean, the Mandy likes to stand still to get the extra range and movement speed of the shots, and the 8-bit is particularly slow, so not hard targets per se. However, there is a super available for the Mandy. Maybe we see a connection here. Captain Rocks is low. He is still in Meg, so he wouldn't quite drop dead. But I think they're just playing it patiently right now. Oh, it's with the damage booster as well, so that would be an extra fat connection. If they can find it, Ashkin gets one shot.
Yeah, I mean, an already hard-hitting super paired with a damage booster, and Ash is going to blame the ping. Captain Rocks is just absolutely whopped. Prime soon to fall as well, so a 6-start to 1 lead. Yeah, that range threat, all of a sudden the strategy based around the tick and being able to just poke at length is all but nullified. So the damage booster Mandy combo proven to be quite a scary one. Hot charge, through pot to Chappie, rocket barrage takes from the skies, Captain Rock's isolated. Yeah, NAVI just proving how good they are when it comes to the draft.
Yeah, they're not messing about here. It's worked out brilliantly well here for NAVI. Match point coming up, and I don't think it's unwinnable if Delay Esports are able to kind of just hold on to the lead a bit longer. I think it's tough because if you look at how things are here, the Brock is just so sharp and opening up those walls. He has 3 wall breaks, up to 4 with his gadgets, and his super opens up walls as well. So very limited amount of walls here that are going to be available for Delay Esports, and that tick, I feel like in a way it was their win condition, but its effects are being nullified by the presence of the Brock.
Yeah, I mean the fact that they just popped that left-hand wall, which is where you'd be wanting to sit Ash on this tick to try and threaten at range. Now you can't. Wall's popped open, the right-hand wall's popped open. Chappie just rotating around and making sure that there is no safe ground for this tick to go to work from. And yeah, just I have to say, brilliance in the draft. Almost single-handedly undoing Delay.
For now, the lead stands with Delay as the Max got that blue star easily, but Captain Rocks is out of mech, so that does make things a little bit more scary. Prime taking low HP. The Mandy connection here could be huge, narrowly dodged by Ashking and Captain Rocks. That could have gone very wrong. The slow is going to be brutal. The kill from a champion to Prime, and the lead transferred over to NAVI.
And it doesn't get any better, unfortunately. Levi taking down the Meg of Captain Rocks. 4 stars. They're going to look to try and make something happen, but that damage boost is sitting safely. Ash just doesn't have the security at all to be able to clear it out. He will get done slowly. up and only slowly. It's not going to be surely by any stretch. Prime Falls, yeah, 8 stars, 10 stars. With 30 seconds left, Teddy, unfortunately, it's looking like Delay will be the next team to bow out of this competition.
What an absolutely brutal Mandy game from Levy here. Navi was a fantastic performance against Delay Esports. The first set, Delay Esports really stood a chance, but this time around, Navi just much better. The better draft, the better mechanics. Brilliantly done here by the Japanese team. An incredible performance on their end, and one that Delay Esports were just not able to match.
I mean, Navi coming in today too, incredibly cold, incredibly calculating, coming into it with laser focus. I mean, that's respectable. They know the challenge that could be facing them further down the line, especially after yesterday and losing to Coco Loco. The onus for them to perform just got that much greater playing to that lower bracket. So yeah, look, you're not going to pull your punches. You know you've got a big match coming up next, so you don't want to get into sloppy or bad habits. You got to respect it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Navi, you know, they had some extra leeway because they were in the upper bracket. Now in the lower bracket, it's do or die, especially in a best of 3. You don't want to let it slip. So they played it safe. They played it well. The opening set, a little bit more shaky, a bit more even. But now, I mean, that was a very convincing second set. And I think that will be going into the next match with a decent amount of nice momentum.
Well, it's time to leave the best of 3s behind and see how our teams fare in the best of 5. 4 now remaining, 2 in the upper bracket, 2 in the lower bracket. And of course, we're going to have to send one of them home. NAVI taking on Crazy Raccoon up after the break.
Okay. Play for free and win prizes with LPL Showdown, a weekly tournament series at Let's Play Live. Currently available for Brawl Stars and more. Earn LPL points to redeem in the Showcase shop for subscriptions, digital and physical prizes. Subscribers can also win cash prizes and receive double the LPL points. Sign up for free today at Let's Play Live. Introducing LPL Tournament Builder. Build your own tournaments for up to 16 participants in 3 easy steps. Choose one of the 53 supported titles across PC, console, and mobile. Select the tournament format and number of participants. Set the prizes for your tournament. It's that simple. Your tournaments, your community, your way. Try LPL Tournament Builder for free today at Let's Play Live.
4 teams remaining, 2 in the upper bracket, 2 in the lower bracket, and it makes for an interesting run. It feels like, Teddy, honestly, it's a bit of inverse of what we would have expected in this situation.
This could very much have been the upper bracket semi-final. Instead, it is in the lower side. I mean, it's a surprise, but is it really a bad one? I don't know. I like the higher stakes here for those 2 teams, and I feel like both NAVI and CR tend to perform at their best when they have the most pressure.
Speaking about performing at your best, if you want to perform at your best playing Brawl Stars, you're a fan, you decide maybe I want to give it a crack, go check out the QR code, get involved in the LPL competition at LPL Showdown. We've got 8 tournaments going on next month, 4 for the 1v1s, 4 for the 3v3s. You can take part in both of them and potentially win yourself some LPL points and LPL tokens. Make sure you check it out. You don't want to miss out, because if you think you can perform better under pressure than our teams, well, go prove it and get yourself into the next stage of the LPL APAC tour. Teddy, looking at the bracket, we have culled half the competition. And I mean, this is a matchup in the lower bracket in the best of 5, which has in the past been monthly grand final matches.
Definitely so. I mean, this is incredibly stacked. Crazy Raccoon versus NAVI here. And it is not just an upper bracket match. This is a lower bracket match, meaning that whoever loses this match is out of the running. One of those 2 teams is just going to be straight up out of the competition. Also, this is a match for $1,200, right? Because the winner of this will at least make the lower bracket finals, which means minimum 3rd place, which is where the prize pool starts.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly it. You want to get yourself in the money. Up first, of course, coming into this tournament as heavy favourites, it is Crazy Raccoon, the first seeds coming out of Asia Pacific, going to Worlds, of course. Tensai, Shidatampo, Moya Tampo coming into it. And I mean, I've been talking about it all tournament long. They are coming hot off the back of a global, a world championship win. Yes, no, not in the Brawl Stars, not yet, but maybe. So that Org has some momentum riding behind it, and I'm sure that these boys want to represent as well.
Definitely so. I mean, they are the titans of the region. Recently, though, NAVI have been able to kind of like, you know, take a shot at that title, show their greatness. And if there's one team that we've seen like able to shine under pressure, it's been NAVI.
And I mean, Crazy Raccoon may have their own World Championship picked up this week, but NAVI have also got themselves one as well. So the Org is also riding high, and expectations are there with it. A Chappie, Levi and Suzuki in this lower bracket matchup. This is do or die between the 2 teams. Both have a lot to prove, especially going into the likes of the LCQ and Worlds. So I think this might be a bit of a, you know, litmus test about who's coming into it with more seriousness, more heft at the moment, Teddy.
Yeah, I love how iconic it is that both those teams are facing each other here in the lower bracket, because they've shown time and time again that they can perform at such an incredibly high level, even when they are like in dire situations. I mean, again, NAVI, they only qualified for LCQ by 1 point, and they weren't like, no one believed in them qualifying in the first place. They needed a standout performance in the July monthly finals, and they performed. That is just how ice cold that team is. Crazy Raccoon, I mean, it's similar stuff, but maybe at a higher level, you know, maybe tiny bit less clutch, but just consistently better, and therefore also kind of my favorites getting into this match.
And of course, this is where the pro teams thrive in the best of 5 now for the remainder of the tournament. It will be all best of 5s as we head to the knockout to start things off. Of course, Crazy Raccoon with the first pick will opt into a berry going into New Horizons, and Suzuki off, you know, look, NAVI opt back in with a thrower of their own.
Thrower versus thrower here for our first 2 picks, and actually we are going to be seeing a Byron being brought in for some extra sustain for NAVI. Crazy Raccoon already kind of fulfilled that role with the berry, which is a thrower that is also a healer, so it really excels at both, and if anything is more specialized in healing rather than like control, where most throwers are. So it's going to be a bit interesting to see, because Crazy Raccoon, they have a bit more versatility in the sense that they don't have to bring in another healer. They can bring in kind of whatever they want. However, their ability to use that as a thrower to gain control and lock down areas is definitely going to be stronger on the side of Navi with the Lori pick.
Carl coming in for Crazy Raccoon. So some potential for some aggressive front line if that super does come out in a timely fashion. Meg as well, so they've got a decent amount of engage, they've got a decent amount of heft in terms of the overall HP pool that they're going to have to work with as well. So that frontline potential is looking better and better by the moment. NAVI with the opportunity to round out this draft. I mean, what direction they go, it definitely doesn't feel like they've got as much in terms of the frontline department, so maybe they'll look to pick something a little bit bulkier up.
That could be an idea. I think that a Buster could be a good shout here. Looking at our draft, but they could also just go for something with a bit of range still. The Mandy would not be too shocking to see either. Probably not my favorite though. Oh, Gale actually, not a bad idea. I think personally I would maybe have preferred the Buster. I think it would have done really well against the Meg and the Carl, but at the end of the day, Gale does kind of provide some of the similar utility when it comes to interrupting that Carl super. Additionally, it has a little bit more control. It's very nice as well in the end game. If you can push people into the gas, it's extra damage they will be taking. So I don't mind it. I don't mind it. I think both sides here have some solid drafts. I personally might go the way of Navi a little bit more draft-wise, but the skill diff is still favoring Crazy Raccoon. So I think we're in a pretty even matchup here.
I mean, I think it comes out of this berry, which I mean is already proven to be a bit of a pain point in the tournament. But down here in the lower bracket, Teddy, it's time to start things off in the best of 5. Right now, Chitambo work his way up that right-hand lane. Moya looking to take control. So throwers matching each other on this left-hand side. And then, of course, Byron versus Meg in the mid lane.
So far, pretty standard stuff. Both teams just playing max range and trying to get closer towards those supers and hypercharges. So they have all that extra utility to pop during the later stages of this opening round. So far though, both teams very quiet to that extent, not wanting to give anything away. And a little bit more map control for Crazy Raccoon early on, which is looking promising.
Well, as it stands, Levi walking up, he's going to have that security thanks to Suzuki, just to keep him healthy. Tensai taking the big punishment at the moment, the Chappie. And it seems a fairly even trade damage across the board. That gas working its way in, and we're about to find ourselves in an absolute mess. It comes out from Levi, and now we start to see them corralled. It's the all-out brawl. Moya finds the opener, and it's down to Suzuki. And it's just that extra level of heft that is coming out of this Crazy Raccoon roster. They just had the slightly higher HP totals to work with.
Nice early positioning for Navi in this round. We have a little bit more util available as well with those two supers. Tensai taking quite low HP. Beautiful tag from Shitetempo. And it's not quite Shitetempo, sorry. It's Shizuku. Getting confused because obviously he called himself Shizutempo. But Tensai taking quite low HP. The Lori causing a bit of trouble here as well. Chappie did take a bit of damage. Nearly finds Moya. 100 HP is all it takes. But he is able to survive and heal back up inside of his super.
Oh, I mean, Chappie's doing big work right now. Suzu finding the opener and the trade back. It's all down to Shitetampo on the Carl. He's being corralled, being hounded by Levi, who's taking some decent damage, but a Chappie. He's going to stand damage down range. One apiece here between Crazy Raccoon and Navi. I think Navi realized, yeah, they don't want the gas to be a deciding factor here. They just want to sit there, chip away at Crazy Raccoon as best as possible.
Chappie taking a bit of damage, but a Chappie finds Moya on the bottom right side, and early on it's already the advantage for Navi. Great stuff from Navi. Can they shut down the rest of the squad? Tensai out of mech here is going to be dropping with that super from Levi. Levi is burning down, but the heals from Shizuku are there. Shitetempo gets shut down. Nicely done by Navi. That is going to be the opening game going their way.
Yeah, I mean, NAVI, just after that opening start to the set, I mean, losing it the way they did, that all-in commit to the fight but from Crazy Raccoon was pretty uncomfortable for them, so they decided, you know what, we want to keep our distance, we want to chip away, and a Chappy just doing a lot of the setup work, Suzuki as well, sniping away with the Byron. Yeah, they're playing this very, very well. Crazy Raccoon are going to try and find some way to close that gap and commit to the brawl once again.
So far, Leon Moya gets tagged up. Quite low HP. Chappy not able to close out the kill just yet. Does give away a bit of control here in favor of NAVI, but it is fairly evened out as Crazy Raccoon does have an advanced position on the left-hand side. For now, not much crazy happening just yet, but this is the typical pacing here for Knockout.
I'd say though, isolating Moya out means that the Berry can't come in and help heal. Luckily, Crazy Raccoon has not been the biggest issue so far, but it could potentially prove a bit of a problem, a bit of a sore point later on. They don't adjust. There we go. Pressure alleviated, allows Moya to walk back up and start the healing process. Levi looking to get close, taking big damage to the swing on in. Tensai has taken some decent punishment. There you go. The super out to the gas and Tampo, a non-factor. Tensai going to be finished off, but looking at both of them in the gas, in trouble. A Chappy. What a turnaround from NAVI. And they've got some big momentum behind them.
Nicely done. Yeah, that is big here for NAVI. Crazy Raccoon desperate to remain in this set, to remain competitive here early on in this series. And with that, they need to pick up this round. Otherwise, NAVI will take the whole set. With 2 supers already picked up for NAVI, things are looking promising so far.
Again, the damage just definitely leaning in favour of NAVI, paired with the Byron means that after his engagement, they're just keeping the HP nice and healthy. Tensai will get the early elimination here onto Levi, and they follow it quickly onto a Chappy. So this will look to be Crazy Raccoon forcing it to set point at the very least. Yeah, Suzu doesn't want to hand over as much super as possible. Goes for the reset. I mean, you look at the utility available. 1 super in the hands of Shitatampo. That spin, you got to get pretty close. Chappy has the super as well. But there's enough deterrent to keep Shitatampo out of position to get that spin off.
Two supers still for NAVI. Can they put them to work? Shitatampo has a range advantage on the left-hand side, but Levy is getting a bit close. Doesn't have super right now. Gets tagged up heavily by Shitatampo as well. The burn will make things a bit more difficult to reset, but I think there's a hypercharge now in lock on the top side for the Gale. That could be incredibly valuable in the end game here.
Oh, big damage on the Tensai. Mech is going to be popped off, and Chappy pops super, takes that as cue to go on the offensive. The hypercharge comes out, wipes out 2, and Moya pushed into the wall, nothing doing. Levi is going to go clean things up, and Moya just soaking the gas, and the HP heal is not going to be enough. NAVI take map 1.
Levy popping off here for his team. NAVI looking super good here. CR definitely putting up a fight for it. I love that breakthrough guild play at the end there. The stakes are high here as well. And NAVI, they are the underdogs. They know they need every inch that Crazy Raccoon can give them. And the guild just took it there. The guild just took it. Super good hypercharge there. Was a double knockback, double stun against the wall, and that was an easy double kill for him. Levy, for me already, the start player so far for his team. Crazy Raccoon, not was a bad performance. Both games were close, but they both did go the way of NAVI.
Well, we'll see if NAVI can keep this momentum rolling as we do head to the bounty. Color Me Intrigued has its own unique obstacles to overcome, of course, but once again we head to a kill priority map. You're not having to worry as much about the objective play, a lot of positioning. I mean, in the grand scheme of what we've seen, both teams have shown flexibility. They've shown extreme cunning when it comes to the draft. this unfortunately might be the best series we see all tournament, and unfortunately it's not going to be in the grand finals. Both teams can't make it there at this stage.
It could have been in the grand finals if both teams, you know, performed throughout the upper bracket rather than giving some games away here and there and end up in the lower bracket. So it is kind of their own faults to that extent. As much as I would have loved to have this as a grand final match, it's not going to be the case, and this does show kind of the human side of those two teams, right? Where they do make some mistakes, they do have their you know, moments where it's not all good, it's not all glory, and right now it is looking good on both sides. Though they are performing, they are showing what we're expecting from CR and from NAVI. Just an incredibly high level of play, great drafts. And they're not disappointing us right now. So if they keep performing like this, I can see this going all the way to fifth and final set.
Oh, absolutely. There's 100% a possibility we see that. Crazy Raccoon will have first pick going into Color Me Intrigued. On the bounty, I mean, look, I think that's probably best situation for them. They want to get the... I mean, we're starting to see things shift away from that counter draft in this tournament so far. It has been about, you know, can we get the brawler that we want to start things off? That hasn't necessarily been as much about the counter. So Angelo coming out, and I would imagine that's likely going to go straight into the hands of Tensai.
I'm wondering what the map is here, because is it called Color Me Intrigued?
I mean, that is its name.
Fair enough. Never heard of it, so it's gonna be a discovery for me, I guess.
Well, look, it's a new experience for all of us, I think, and a pretty steep learning curve, unfortunately, at this stage in the lower bracket. You're going to have to be bringing your absolute A game, and there you go, the answer back with another marksman. Piper coming in. So, I mean, what are we using in the remainder of this draft to round out? You want some frontline, you want some sustain, because I think both of those are going to be caught in terms of how this map plays out.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one for sure. I mean, it is unknown territory for me, so a bit difficult to tell what they are going to go for. And apparently Rico is going to be picked up. The first one I think we see of this entire LPL season. So we did have plenty last time, but obviously it is a brawler that is very reliant on the map pool. So it is a little bit limited in where you can see it.
I mean, look, having seen the map there and the vetoes, there could be an argument made for an Eve pick. Probably not a great argument, but an argument nonetheless. Crazy Raccoon with the opportunity to respond in the draft. I mean, Jean's gone from both sides. Pearl comes out, and that's something that we've seen out of most of the Japanese teams at the moment. They like that. Pearl is a bit of a hefty frontliner. Add some bulk, and then rounding things out a Nani pick. That's going to be very interesting for NAVI.
Yeah, so far the draft definitely looking to be quite unique here. NAVI have a chance to try to stand out with that final pick as well. Now, the Nani is going to have a great matchup against the Piper. For the most part, Angelo doesn't do badly against Piper either, especially with the amount of water that is on the map. I've had the chance to see a preview now, so it is going to be an interesting one. It is going to be an interesting one. We'll see what this final pick is going to line up to be for NAVI, and it is going to be a Sprout, so we are truly seeing a bit of everything. Some sharpshooters, a thrower. We're seeing the first Nani we see all tournament as well. The first Rico we see all tournament. A Pearl. I mean, this is looking to bring out a lot of, no pun intended, different colors.
Well, I mean, we did see the Japanese teams like a bit of Sprout in the last stage of this tournament, but I mean, you're looking at the Angelo and the Piper, who are going to be a pretty decisive factor in this matchup. I am very excited to see what these teams have brought. And, well, you've had a look at the overview of the map. Now let's get into it for real.
All right, this is gonna be unique, that's for sure. Blue Star easily picked up by Moya. It's gonna be hard to outpace the Angelo that can not only jump, but also just, you know, walk over the water and with a fast movement speed as well. You have an Angelo It's a very, very strong pick here. Early on though, a 1-for-1 trade, but the Blue Star is giving the advantage to Crazy Raccoon, so they hold on to the lead for now.
That Rico already coming into play, having that pillar on the left-hand side to play around for us as Moya back. The Sprout looking to go to work on a 10 side, just threatening through mid. And Chappie playing this left-hand lane, just trying to edge Moya out. Both teams have picked up in a kill, so yeah, largely irrelevant at this stage. Tampo sprouted out. Levi drops the super to try and keep them out of action. The Chappie in close to Moya. Big damage going out. Moya could be in a bit of trouble here. Does have the swamp. He stays alive. Thanks to the hop out. The gadget there keeping him in play. And the Chappie starts to work that left-hand lane. Moya's in a bit of trouble. There's big damage coming out tent side, not far off as well. That regen starts to come through. You can see NAVI working their way up the field, trying to threaten the Chappie. Does have support because Levi is playing the Sprout. That throw coming over the top, providing some support. The fight from the back line. Levi picks up the kill, gives the advantage to NAVI. Chappie follows it with another one. They will trade it back, but it's still a star lead with 27 seconds to go.
Messi fight, the return to standard, not going to be enough here to save Tensai's life, and it's a 3-star advantage in favor of Navi. Crazy Raccoon desperate for some kills, but look at that, Chappie goes down, and right now Navi are in a great spot to take this game. 6 stars is a lot to ask for. Chappie was a brutal super as well, just keeping so much space. The taps from Shizuku are on point too. An 8-star advantage here will secure the victory for Navi. Very well played by Navi, very clean stuff. And again, it's both teams under different circumstances, having to play on a map that they don't necessarily know or have practiced and scrimmed on much. So it is a bit of unknown territory here. And so far, it seems like Navi is doing a better job at adapting, despite having to deal with that what seems to be super strong Angelo pick.
Well, I mean, yeah, it is, but it's those side lanes where the real problem is forming for Crazy Raccoon. The Rico being able to play behind that pillar and force what was the Angelo left lane out. But you've also got Levi on the Sprout, who is making Pearl almost useless at this stage. It's so brilliant in terms of the draft, and I think they're feeling quite comfortable with it at the moment. Blue Star picked up by Moya, courtesy of the fact that Angelo can fly, and for one, Sizu just sending that damage down range. It's given Moya the confidence, though, to walk on up and try and make a play. But Levi's super has made this right-hand lane a nightmare for Shitatampo.
Yeah, those unbreakable walls in the center area for both the left and the right lane are just an absolute nightmare here, because obviously, I mean, as their name entitles, you can't break them up, but at the same time, like, it just gives so much value to the Sprite and the Rico that relies so heavily on those walls. Levi gonna close out that left side, and with gadgets, he can just keep that locked for so long. This is very scary for Crazy Raccoon, although for now, they still do have that advantage.
And Shitatampo now being bullied out as the Rico comes on through. A Chappie trying to finish off Shitatampo. Now they've corralled him in through mid, tent side. Taken out by Levi, the hypercharge there as well, and the Piper just controlling mid. Moya and Shitatampo not in a healthy spot by any stretch of the imagination as we hit the final 22 seconds here on Cullamy and Tree. The bounty, a single star separating. Shitatampo wants to work his way up to try and give some breathing room for the team, but the hypercharge is coming through. The supers galore. Moya wants the pressure, and there you go. Shots going out. Suzuku finds one. Levi for a second. It's Shitatampo alone. NAVI absolutely dominating in the bounty.
Great performance from NAVI, showing how quickly they can adapt to the unknown and to a new set of circumstances being thrown into their faces. Very nicely done by them. I am impressed. Looking at the stats here as well, very quiet on the Crazy Raccoon sides. 2 kills throughout the set for an amount of 9 on the side of NAVI. It's a lot more. NAVI looked good so far. And if they keep looking good, it's going to be the end of CR, because right now we're getting in set 3 and it's already a 2-0 for NAVI. Best of 3, it would have been over.
And all of a sudden, the Brawl Ball draft becomes that much more impactful. Pinball Dreams, there's potential for this to be a 3-0 sweep. Who would have called that? Not only is it NAVI and Crazy Raccoons in the lower bracket, but then NAVI just comes in 3-0 sweeps to knock Crazy Raccoons out of the tournament. Who knows? Maybe it's going to happen, but look, all I can say for sure, Teddy, is that with how things are going here in the lower bracket, I've got some gems that I'm pretty sure I'm going to be spending by the end of the day because NAVI is looking pretty hot.
They certainly are. I mean, either way, I feel like the storyline could not be better here because either we get like a full-on comeback from Crazy Raccoon, which would be crazy, you know, to reverse sweep here in the low. I mean, talk about ice cold. On the other hand, if NAVI closed out in this set or the next one or the one after, that's a crazy story still anyways because they're winning against Crazy Raccoon. So either way, there's going to be an absolute banger of a storyline unfolding here in the next few sets. And I really want to see how it actually goes through. At NAVI, they got a golden opportunity here at making the lower bracket finals. All they need is one more set. That's 2 games. That's 1 good draft. That can go incredibly quickly when you're already up 2 sets.
I mean, 1 more set and they're in the money too. So, look, no reason to ease up on the pressure. They have first pick coming into Pinball Dreams as well for the Brawl Ball. I mean, their drafts have been pretty spot on so far. Larry Laurie, Meg, Berry banned out by Crazy Raccoons, Gray, Chester and Larry Laurie banned out. No APAC Gray in this lower bracket semi-final. That's a hard one.
Oh,
that's
no.
hard hitting. I'm sorry, Teddy. I got to take a moment.
I am devastated. That is so hard. So hard. That is so sad. What am I gonna do, Billy?
Well, the Oscars nomination for Best Actor in the LPL Brawl Stars APAC Tour definitely goes to Teddy with that one there. But Rico, look, I mean, you said first appearance in Stage 2 in our last set. It's making its way back in. NAVI, obviously quite happy with the Brawl in its current state.
It seems like it. I mean, it's kind of crazy that we did not see a single Rico being picked up in the entirety of the tournament, and then we get it twice in a row on the same team. NAVI seem to be cooking here. Let's see if they can make it work again. It did fantastically well on Calling Me Intrigued, but again, a bit of a cheesy map, a bit of cheesy circumstances. Pinball Dreams is straight back in a competitive map pool, so I'm expecting Crazy Raccoon to cook. And as I say that, we see a Kit, we see a Gale, and it seems like we are eating some cat on the menu here, Billy.
Well, I mean, look, I'm casting my mind back to Stage 1. We did have a pretty gnarly Kit Miko combo, but I really don't see that being all that viable against NAVI. It just is something that can be so heavily punished. And I mean, look, you know, having a look at the current state of the game, you know, Berry, reasonably new to the competition, Clancy as well. I mean, look, it's a little bit of a shame that we didn't push the tournament back a little bit just so we could play Clancy, but unfortunately everyone at home is going to have to wait till Stage 3 of the LPL APAC, Brawl Stars APAC Tour. Cordelius coming in for NAVI, Teddy. So I think that's the first one of the tournament as well.
That is the first Cordelius. That's a crazy thing to say considering how much Cordelius we saw last time and how much Cordelius we've seen in the meta in the last few months. But it has fallen off. It did get nerfed. It's not nearly as powerful as it used to be. It can still be used, especially if you look at like specific counters, but it is not what it once was. And it is a bit crazy that NAVI are gonna be bringing it in here. I'm assuming it's a direct answer to that Kit. I see no other way around it. The nice thing is, if Kit is stacked on top of someone of their own team, right, and playing kind of like as a backpack thrower, then the Cordelius can completely isolate that player, and suddenly you basically have 2 players that are sitting ducks, especially since Kit gets completely outranged by the Cordelius. The Frank as a final pick from NAVI is kind of crazy as well. Not crazy in the sense that it's like unseen and something like unexpected, just crazy because it's Frank, and I still can't believe it's in the meta.
Yeah, I mean, look, I cannot escape Frank at the moment. When I've been playing Brawl Stars, every single game, he's on my team, he's on the other team, he's in Showdown, he's in Duo Showdown. Anita coming out as a response for Crazy Raccoon. So, I mean, in terms of potential threat, both teams have a lot that could go their way and a lot that could
go very, very wrong, but I think this Cordelius pick might throw a bit of a spanner in the works for Crazy Raccoon, especially with a frontline Frank to keep it safe.
Yeah, overall, I feel like this should be fairly balanced. I like the Rico, I like the Cordelius into that kit, but the Nita and the Gale, they're gonna get so many supers from facing that Frank. The Frank is like, you know, the expert at feeding supers to his opponent, so it is a bit scary to that extent. Is it gonna be enough here to break through for NAVI? On the other hand, if someone is in the Shadow Realm, like the Gale, if he's in the Shadow Realm, is there enough firepower on Crazy Raccoon to stop that Frank from just rushing forwards and scoring? I don't know. It is going to be an interesting one for sure. And an unexpected draft here, but both teams looking to innovate.
And this Rico, once again, doing a pretty solid job. Has decent range. Being able to ricochet off the walls as well. Means it can be a bit tough. And there you go, Chappie on the hunt. Tensai in big trouble right now. Sizu does have that super up as well. Tensai, super of his own, up and available, jumps on in, bit of Chappie covering. It would be a 1-for-1 ultimate, but Levi is going to use his work up the field. Chappie has the super, is going to send Moya into the Shadow Realm, and Levi just walks it in.
Beautiful play here from Navi, and this is kind of what I was saying earlier, you know? The one of the win condition is getting someone in the Shadow Realm, but look at that. I mean, what a quick breakthrough play right after taking a goal. Crazy Raccoon return the favor here to Navi. Nicely done by CR. Knocked back immediately onto Levi. Does manage to get some nice damage off. Levi getting knocked back. Surely that's going to be a kill from Tempo. And Chappie isolated on the left-hand side. And somehow Crazy Raccoon turned this game around. I mean, both sides, it is so scrappy, it is so messy, but both teams have their win conditions, because depending on what happens and who has a super and who, you know, eliminates whom, it completely changes the dynamic of those matchups, because each of the brawlers here counters another really hard. So it is a very interesting draft on both sides we get to see unfold here.
I mean, the chance of success is so precarious for both teams. Levi wants to make a bit of a push up on the Tensai, big damage, and the elimination as well. Has the super up and available, the wall break to come through. Sizu going to work his way up. Tempo finished off. Sizu into the waiting arms of Tensai. That's unfortunate, but not the end of the world by any stretch. Tensai, super up and available. Cordelius trying to make something happen here. The bear's there for Moya. Jumps on in, little hop away, but all of a sudden, what looked like a brilliant start to the second round turned on its head. Crazy Raccoon working their way in for a reverse sweep start. They want it, Teddy, they do.
They got the first game already. They got the first goal of the second game too. Levi pops hypercharge and a gadget. Does get the 1 kill, but it's about all he's allowed to get, considering Crazy Raccoon got a 2-piece. That does make things a bit more complicated here. Tempo looking for more with his hypercharge. Could get some nice value. Hyper also available on the Rico. So there is a decent amount of utility on both sides. Levi pushing forward, goes for the gadget and super, but it's not enough to get the kill on Tempo. Tempo instead will take down the Frank. Tensai wins the 1v1 against the Choppy, and that is going to be game and set for Crazy Raccoon. Finally, Crazy Raccoon is on the scoreboard.
I mean, both drafts, their success sat on a knife's edge, and it could have tipped either way if the strategy... We saw it work for NAVI, and then we saw it work very, very well for Crazy Raccoon. So, I mean, realistically, there is a world in which we play that out 10 times over and it goes 50-50, but this time around, Crazy Raccoon's the ones to walk away the victors with a magnificent 14-kill-to-6 game. They controlled the map, they played their objectives. I mean, that kit was instrumental in the hands of Tensai.
It certainly was. Overall, I think for me the standout was Tempo on the Gale. I think it is just so strong in those matchups. It was kind of what I was scared of in the beginning, that you have the Frank that has to deal with a Gale. It is a bit of a nightmare situation, you know, picking Frank into Gale. It's something you just don't really want to make, you know, you just don't really want it to happen. And I think it was bold from NAVI to think that, you know, maybe we can make it through, especially if Like, we get the Gale in the Shadow Realm, and suddenly the Frank is pretty much just free to push forward, and there's no stopping power. But I feel like that was a win condition that just relied on too much separate like conditions to come true for it to actually be a valid one. So I think maybe a bit naive, or maybe just a bit of a too like complicated game plan from NAVI. I liked it more when it was a bit more simple in some of their previous sets, and that seemed to be going in their way a bit more as well.
Well, I mean, Crazy Raccoon now have started working their way towards a reverse sweep. We're guaranteed to go a little bit deeper in this series. NAVI still primed and ready. They still have 2 more opportunities to close this series out. But I mean, going into set 4, how much momentum do we reckon has been generated by Crazy Raccoon after that victory, Teddy?
I don't think Crazy Raccoon are a team that requires momentum. I feel like in general a lot of these teams, like I don't know if it's just like a culture thing or just a mindset thing, or because, you know, they're all hanging out with each other a lot, but they're all so good at resisting momentum in a negative way. They're always so good at like, even if they are a set or 2 behind. I mean, we see it here from Crazy Raccoon as well, right? They're 2 sets behind. They struggle to even pick up games, and then suddenly they managed to take a set out of nowhere, looking super convincing as well. So overall, I think momentum is such a difficult thing to predict here in the Japanese scene particularly.
Well, I mean, the best of 5, it's a longer run, so we are going to have to throw it a quick break just to make sure things are sorted going into set number 4. On the other side, let's carry on this magnificent lower bracket semi-final. Don't go anywhere.
Okay. Play for free and win prizes with LPL Showdown, a weekly tournament series at Let's Play Live. Currently available for Brawl Stars and more. Earn LPL points to redeem in the Showcase shop for subscriptions, digital and physical prizes. Subscribers can also win cash prizes and receive double the LPL points. Sign up for free today at Let's Play Live. Introducing LPL Tournament Builder. Build your own tournaments for up to 16 participants in 3 easy steps. Choose one of the 53 supported titles across PC, console, and mobile. Select the tournament format and number of participants. Set the prizes for your tournament. It's that simple. Your tournaments, your community, your way. Try LPL Tournament Builder for free today at Let's Play Live.
Coming back from the break, we're still on for the lower bracket semi-finals. Unfortunately, Teddy, someone was hogging the phone charger. It's yeah, look, it's a team game, man. You got to make sure everyone can get access to the phone charger when they need to, because otherwise we can't play the games out. Now, coming into this series, it is actually a 2-1 in favour of NAVI at the moment. Crazy Raccoon are on the cusp of starting that reverse sweep, having taken out set 3. But, I mean, like you said before we went to the break, momentum really isn't a deciding factor with Crazy Raccoon. They can just pop off at any moment.
They really can. I think it's one of the first things that struck me with them, and one of their biggest qualities, to be honest. And you see this with a lot of teams that are like that as well. You know, if you could look at the current European CETA division team, it's the exact same thing. The thing that makes them so deadly, and this applies to Crazy Raccoon as well. But I think to a lot of Japanese teams, is that somehow they're behind like 1-2 sets, and it's like nothing's happened. It's like the next set is just a completely new chapter, you know. And if anything, that is when they shine the most. It is incredibly impressive, the resilience that those teams have, and this is why I like NAVI. Even though they are still ahead by a set, even though they're close to the finish line, they're close to going to the lower bracket finals. It is not over until it's over, and they got to make sure they remember that.
I mean, Asia Pacific has made a name for itself in international esports by being as tenacious and determined as they are. So, I mean, look, going into the remainder of this best of 5, of course, 3 maps down, we're heading to set number 4. I mean, in terms of what we could potentially expect from both teams, they've been pretty on point when it comes to the drafting. In fact, the drafting in and of its own self has been an added aspect of this best of 5. It's almost a best of 10, really, because of how impactful those draft phases have been.
It really has been. I think the opening 2 sets, NAVI had great drafts going for them. A bit weaker on the third one. I don't know if it was necessarily like an outdraft from Crazy Raccoon, or maybe NAVI trying to like push the limits a little bit too far. I feel like going Frank into the Gale was like, it's one of those moments where sometimes you have rules in drafting where you just don't do certain things, and it happens that sometimes pro teams, they are gonna break those rules. They will, you know, go for a brawler that it's already being countered heavily, because they feel like there is still some room to make it shine, that the utility that it brings is still enough to like warrant that brawler to be there. And sometimes it's correct. Sometimes you go for a tank against an anti-tank and it's just not enough stopping power. However, I feel like this was one of those instances where they just got it wrong, and the Gale was just plenty enough to shut down any of those aggressive Frank plays, and it really just didn't look like NAVI could do anything with the Frank at that point. And since he was kind of their main win condition, I think they just completely limited themselves and shot themselves in the foot kind of with that draft.
Yeah, I mean, on top of that, even if Frank wasn't an issue, you had to kit there 4 Crazy Raccoons to just absolutely isolate one of the other members of that team out. First pick here in set number 4, going the way of NAVI. I mean, again, it's so much mind games that goes into the draft at the moment. Who's to say whether that is actually as much of a benefit or potential detriment to NAVI as it might seem?
I think that right now last pick is favorable for most teams, because then you already kind of see most of the matchups and you can just decide to go for specific counters. There are specific maps though where there are like very, very strong first picks. I think that right now we are in a meta where there's enough strong early picks that whether you get it first or you get a strong pick second or third, it kind of balances out. So I think last pick is slightly favorable, but it's not by super much. Regardless, it is Minecart Madness, where we are going to be heading up next. I'm seeing a lot of familiar names in the bands, and look at that. I was already thinking earlier, we saw a lot of Chester yesterday, didn't see any Chester today, but NAVI are gonna lock in their first Chester of the day here. Don't mind it. I don't mind it. It's a good early pick as well. It's a bit surprising that we see it for the first time on Minecart Madness, but hey, I don't mind it. I like Chester.
Gale banned out, Berry banned out. Yeah, so a lot of these usual suspects that we've been seeing plenty of. I mean, the Ruffs, interesting that obviously NAVI can value it as much as it seems that they do. Obviously that they've targeted it away. Crazy Raccoon. Again, there's really so much up for grabs. Pearl being banned away, Amber coming out, which, I mean, we've seen some big stuff out of. Only a handful of appearances so far in Stage 2, but was a key player in Stage 1 of the LPL APAC Tour.
Yeah, it is kind of crazy how few Amber we've seen so far. Less, I would say, than like the average in like international competitive Brawl Stars. I don't know if it's just like, you know, this tournament being an outlier or APAC being a little bit less fond of Amber now. But RT is a brawler that we've seen plenty across the board, and specifically much, I would say, as well in APAC. I think that in a lot of regions you see him a little bit in Bounty and Knockout, like really a little bit, but mainly in Hot Zone. Here, it seems like it's being picked in lots of different places, including Gem Grab, which is not typically a place where you expect an RT. This might be a regional thing. However, Lily and a Meg here are great Gem Grab brawlers. Meg, just an absolute classic gem carrier. But at the same time, the Lily can be so aggressive. With those gadgets, you get 4 chances at just going invis, whether you want to go aggressive and, you know, pop out of invisibility right on top of someone. And it's not just invisibility, right? It's a shadow realm, so you don't take damage. You're completely immune to your surroundings. And at the same time, you have your super that lets you go into fights. Your gadget can also let you get out of those fights. So it's very good at just getting a kill on the gem carrier, stealing the gems away. You don't even need to steal all of them. You just steal 1 or 2, and that's enough to completely change the pacing of the game.
And then it busted around things out. So, I mean, again, we've seen, I think, 1 appearance of the Buster so far in Stage 2. So, I mean, unfortunately, it wasn't used to great effect. The Frank felt like it was much more overpowering. But yeah, I'm keen to see what the game plan is with the Lily here. Not something we've seen even last stage a heck of a lot of. So, I mean, if it's utilised appropriately, that Amber could be in a world of hurt.
Yeah, it's a bit of an interesting decision making here. I don't know how much I love that Buster last week, because I don't think it does particularly great against the Lily. We'll have to find out how that goes. It is a bit of an unusual matchup, but I feel like I've seen more Lilies being picked into Buster than the opposite, leading me to believe that the matchup might be favorable to Lily. But we'll see how that goes down, as the Chappie is pushing aggressive, gets spotted, does manage to stay in the back line, and the dynamics are so awkward with the Lily in play, but it's a constant threat. And every time someone is inside of that circle, she is getting a passive charge on her super.
Well, Levi and the Chester, both teams got it hammer and tongs, but it is Crazy Raccoon at the moment to be in the driver's seat, so to speak. Chitampo and Moya both having taken some decent damage. That minecart will allow them to get a 5th gem up and in play. The Chappie taken to the Shadow Realm. Levi does go down, but in from the flank, the Chappie can't quite make it work. Sizu out of the mech, and Crazy Raccoon's draft just has that range threat enough to deter this team. And Chappie can't quite find his way into any sort of action. Does have the super up and available though, so could look to utilise that teleport. But you're looking at every single member of this Crazy Raccoon's roster very healthy. Moya would be the intended target. 9 gems in pocket, 1 more, and they start that timer up. Movie montage out, Tensai with the elimination onto Levi. But with that pickup, the Chappie needs to go on and needs to get at least that 1 gem out of hand, but eliminated with 1,000 HP to work with. Chitampo still alive, 5 seconds on the clock. They need to get in, they need to get the elimination, but it's the body blocks, the movie montage. Can they get it? No. Tensai plays spoiler, and Crazy Raccoon will keep the momentum rolling, if just for a moment.
The comeback is still going here for CR. Things getting dangerous for NAVI. They don't want to let it slip. They had a 2-0 lead in sets, and it's about to be all even. What a disastrous scenario here for NAVI. Crazy Raccoon on the verge of evening out this series.
I mean, Chappie, the Lily pick feels like it's incredibly lackluster. Shizampo could open things up with a kill onto Levi. A Chappie in a great spot, jumping on 10 side, but the turnaround with the Buster says not today, Chief. And the mech pot, Sizu has to get out of danger. Levi in trouble as well, just burning on down to Shizampo. With this Amber going to work, looking to punch in from the back line, we'll get the elimination, but it doesn't really matter much as Tensai Moya in position to keep grabbing those gems.
Nice lead early on, gem-wise for Crazy Raccoon. Super gonna be missed by a chap. He is gonna pop a gadget anyways to get into that back line, and he's getting a lot of super charge. Moya taking very low HP, but Shizuku is alone. He is able to find a 1 kill, which the Tampo will get the trade. Is there a chance to still get a hold of those gems? They will do just that. A Chappie will try to get into the back line. Tensai does catch him, and for now, it is still looking excellent for Crazy Raccoon. A countdown locked in now, and NAVI on the verge of losing their lead.
Yeah, I mean, they looked very, very solid at sets 1 and 2, 3 and 4. They definitely have fallen off some of that pace. They need to get a kill here to try and stop the countdown, but no, not to be. Crazy Raccoon takes set 4, and we are forced to a game 5, Teddy. All that advantage, all that work, nullified, final map. It's going to be a best of 1 essentially to decide who makes it to that lower bracket final.
I said it like, you know, basically 2 sets ago that you can never count Crazy Raccoon out. It doesn't matter whether they're a set ahead, 2 sets ahead, 1 set behind, 2 sets behind. They're always still competitive. They always treat the next set as if it was the last, and they always play at their best. Crazy Raccoon with a flawless performance here in Gem Grab. I like some of the ideas of NAVI. It seems like the Lily did struggle heavily against the Buster. I think this is kind of the thing with Lily, more than much more than the Buster, is that the Lily, it either shines or it is your downfall. There's kind of no in between. There's no like mid Lily game. It's either you pop off and you're the reason you win, or you're the reason you lose because you don't have nearly as much map presence. You can't really like do chip damage or keep your opponents at bay because you just simply don't have that level of range and threat. Buster is like the complete opposite, and this is what makes him so strong as well, is that you don't need to have like a crazy game with Buster to have utility, because your shield is like a team thing. It is good value. You have they're just the mechanics of the Brawl. He has a decent amount of range. He has a pull to bring opponents closer. He's just a constant threat throughout the map that just creates space and gives you still those aggressive like win conditions that you expect from like a tank. But it's just so good. It's just so good, and I feel like it completely outshined the Lily in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, it very much hit a miss situation, but I mean, going to open business for the hot zone. I mean, it was a phenomenal start to the drafting phase for sets 1 and 2, 3 and 4. The drafts fell off for NAVI. Hopefully, I mean, with the, you know, the little bit of a break that we have, obviously, between sets 4 and 5, just getting everything sorted now to go back into it, they figure out what they want to be running, because at the moment, Crazy Raccoon's drafts are pretty overpowering, and going for a cheesy gamble play in the pick of the Lily didn't work. And Crazy Raccoon are going to have first pick here going into set 5. Teddy, I mean, is the reverse sweep on or not? That's the question.
I mean, it's a tough thing to call, but right now, CR, as much as we had so many conversations about momentum, it does play a bit of a factor here, you know? They just won 2 sets in a row. They're pulling off the comeback. I think it's going to be tough for NAVI. I'm definitely not ruling NAVI out, but even if it was like a purely even setting momentum-wise, I would still say that Crazy Raccoon in the best of 1 will win most of the time. But it is definitely something that is going to vary from game to game and depend heavily on the draft as well. What I think is crazy is that either way here, we're going to say goodbye to either our number 1 and number 2 seed. One of those 2 teams is going to be out of the competition by now and not even make the prize pool cut.
Yeah, I mean, crazy to say, but it is what it is. Gale, high priority pick it seems here in day 2 of the APAC, Brawl Stars APAC Tour, stage 2. In terms of what we've seen, Crazy Raccoon are loving the Gale pick. They've a decent amount of Pearl with it as well. So, I mean, in the hot zone, potentially we could see it come through. It's been great in controlling some of those side lanes. B opted into here, though, from NAVI.
Interesting pick, not a brawler we see super much at the moment. We do see it, if anything, we do see it a little bit on open business once in a while. It is still a bit of a rare occurrence. I think Augur Chiki and EMEA is a team that does like to be on this map, but it is a bit niche. I don't mind Anita. I think it's a very common pick here on open business just because the lanes are kind of like short on range and kind of perfect range for Anita. It's like still in her range and providing her enough cover as well, but not too much or not enough range either that tanks would be too scary. So it is a great measure here. I think that NAVI bring in and a strong pick. Potentially though, leaving things open for like a Jesse pick, which I think would be very neat against both of those brawlers on the Crazy Raccoon side. But we'll have to see if they either spot that or want that on their side.
Well, Frank, there's your front line for Crazy Raccoon paired with a Gale. So there's Peel and there's a lot of damage available with this Crazy Raccoon roster. NAVI, I mean, like you said, they've got the tools to deal with something a little bit tankier like the Frank. But, I mean, what the Crazy Raccoon rounded out with, is it sustained? Do we again see some attempt to make sure that this Frank is kept healthier? Or is it the kit, just the all-out engage to lock down a key member of this NAVI roster? And we've seen how powerful it can be already.
That is an interesting approach, paired up with the Frank as well. Potentially with the heal gadget as well, that could help the Frank just have an unbelievable amount of sustain. Let's see what the final answer here is from NAVI. Do they want to bring in something like a healer or a tankier, more aggressive idea, a direct like anti-tank? There are multiple options still up for grabs. It's gonna be a Sandy. Now, Sandy doesn't particularly like do anything crazy against any of those matchups. The only thing is against the Kit and the Frank is gonna get a lot of supers, which is a lot of value, and a lot of sandstorms that would be coming through here. Especially when they're hypercharged, they can be a bit of a threat. I don't know if it's like my favorite approach, but I don't mind it either. It's not a bad pick here. A bit of an interesting approach, I would say, overall to this draft for NAVI, but I feel like a lot of their drafts have been interesting. Sometimes hit, sometimes miss. Let's see what this one is, because it's do or die for both teams. We're heading towards set 5, Billy, and whichever team wins this goes through to the last round of the lower bracket. The losing team, they're out of the competition.
I mean, my biggest concern is that with a kit in play for Crazy Raccoon, there's not a huge amount of bulk for NAVI. And that kit could really just ruin everyone's day for NAVI. Well, big pickup for Levi to start things off. We'll give them some breathing room. Suzuku as well. This ranged setup for NAVI seems to be working quite well in terms of damage output. Unfortunately, they've caught a champy, and Bruce ain't going to do much to follow it up. And you can see Tensai has that super, just waiting for the call to make that all-in go. Should Tampo, though, taking some big damage. Jump on in, look at the Tensai. Does not find anything as a chappy off the spawn gets involved.
Very nicely done here by NAVI. They've been building up a steady lead here, 54% to 4. Crazy Raccoon need to find a breakthrough play. Chappy though pops a hypercharge Bruce coming in as well, and that is a definite threat here, but it does eventually get eliminated. The super from Shetampo with Hyper does manage to get the kill on at last. It is going to be Crazy Raccoon with map control. They don't have a lot of cover to work with, and with the outrange that NAVI have in their hands, it is not going to be an easy hold for Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, I think the setup, I mean, the Sandy suddenly, yeah, I mean, look, you were like, it doesn't really do a huge amount, but that Sandstorm is just doing absolute bits right now for this NAVI roster, keeping Crazy Raccoon in the dark as to what positioning is and what the game plan is, and just making it very, very hard for them to feel comfortable. And not to mention the range threat on top of it. I mean, 3 ranged brawlers into a frag is always going to be a good time in terms of generating super.
Yeah, it seems like the Sandy as well was able to provide so much value. Obviously, I think the B is like the key element here for Navi, getting so much damage. The Nita as well has been so good so far. Let's see if they can keep it up. But Chappie is getting pushed up, takes a chunk of damage, but is still alive for now. The Frank in the back line should be getting shut down, but not before finding a kill of their own. So far, a better start for Crazy Raccoon. Still, they did start with a bit of a deficit, but they're able to build a teeny tiny bit of a lead for now.
Person from the back line there, just ripping through to the Tampo despite having Tensai in the back. That heel is doing absolute bits. Bruce comes in for round 2. Looking at the hypercharged elephant as he is. Tensai down. They will fight at Chaffee, but I think that's perfectly fine. Navi still generating some significant time in the zone. Tensai jumps on forward into Levi, looking for the damage, but the stall out. Levi has the Sandstorm as well. And we talked about how impactful the drafts have been. This Sandy pick is really allowing Navi so much breathing room.
Levy's Sandy is disgusting so far. I love how just earlier he took the time to line up the double sleep with his gadget rather than just panicking and going for it. Right now, double the percentage count for Navi. The match point in their hands, a shutdown onto the tempo. 10% left is all it takes here for Navi, and it's as good as over. Navi are going through to the final round of the lower bracket, knocking Crazy Raccoon out despite the crazy comeback from Crazy Raccoon so far. It's gonna get shut down in the 5th and final set. What a storyline here, Billy.
I mean, not to even touch on Suzuku and his clown emote spam there at the very end. That was rough. You got to feel the Tensai. Jumped onto Shitatampo. He was immediately dropped seconds after, so that Frank was completely nullified. Yeah, look, brilliant drafting out of Navi. Rightfully, they win the series. They played very well. They drafted very, very well. I mean, to be fair, Crazy Raccoon did as well. It forced to a set 5, of course. It's just a shame that it was in the lower bracket, and it will be Crazy Raccoon eliminated. I mean, Teddy, now that we've only got 3 left, Navi still have a long road ahead of them.
They do, and even though they are in the lower bracket and our 2 other contestants are in the upper bracket, Navi might be low-key the favorites right now. They are the team that, you know, has found the most success this year. They just eliminated the favorites of the tournament in Crazy Raccoons. So right now, they are in a good spot, and I mean, they're gonna be super happy about that victory over CR.
Well, coming up after the break, it's the upper bracket finals. Coco Loco taking on 3R Gaming. Don't go anywhere.
Okay. Play for free and win prizes with LPL Showdown, a weekly tournament series at Let's Play Live. Currently available for Brawl Stars and more. Earn LPL points to redeem in the Showcase shop for subscriptions, digital and physical prizes. Subscribers can also win cash prizes and receive double the LPL points. Sign up for free today at Let's Play Live. Introducing LPL Tournament Builder. Build your own tournaments for up to 16 participants in 3 easy steps. Choose one of the 53 supported titles across PC, console, and mobile. Select the tournament format and number of participants. Set the prizes for your tournament. It's that simple. Your tournaments, your community, your way. Try LPL Tournament Builder for free today at Let's Play Live.
3 teams left in the money, Teddy, here in the LPL Brawl Stars Asia Pacific Tour. Now it's time to figure out who gets what. It's time to divvy up, and to do that, we have to head back to the upper bracket. Coco Loco taking on 3R Gaming. And I mean, look, we didn't think it was going to be there in the upper bracket finals, but it is.
It certainly is. I feel like we've just spent a bit too much time in the lower bracket. I was missing the upper bracket. See, the teams that have gone undefeated so far. It's, of course, Coco Loco and 3R Gaming, as you mentioned. I mean, an unexpected upper bracket semi-final, but definitely a crazy one that I'm happy to be casting now.
Yeah, I mean, it makes me excited. Coco Loco got their revenge on NAVI for stealing that LCQ spot, but in the grand scheme of things, the job's far from done. They now need to take on 3R Gaming in the upper bracket to see who then obviously jumps down to the lower bracket, take on NAVI. And up first is Coco Loco roster. Disgruntled, to say the least, coming into this tournament, having lost their LCQ spot out of Singapore. X9J, Response, and Hiroshi. They definitely have something to prove here.
They really do. It's not been the easiest year for them. They definitely had some high highs, but also some low lows. They won a monthly final, but then, as you mentioned, they narrowly by 1 point failed at qualifying for the last chance qualifier. They've had their chance at revenge against NAVI. Maybe they'll get another chance in the grand finals, but for that, I mean, the only way to get there is with a victory here.
I mean, that's exactly it. Their opponents, though, are standing in their way. It's standing between them and a grand finals berth. It is 3R Gaming, Neko, Mamashi, Migoku, and Sakura, who were a key player in last stage, of course. But, I mean, both these teams have taken down a top 2 seed on their way to this point. And one of those seeds, Crazy Raccoons, is gone from the tournament. So, I mean, you got to imagine going to the best of 5 aspects. I mean, sorry, ambitions are high for both teams.
They really are. I mean, both teams are off the high of a crazy upset in their respective quarterfinal matches. However, now it's kind of back to reality. They are going to have to face each other. I think both teams are going to be happy that at least they've secured the money at this point as well. You know, they're both going to be within the prize pool cut. However, it is a minimum of another $600 prize pool with this one singular match. Rustic Arcade, Ring of Fire, Bells Rock, Shooting Star, and Center Stage will be our map pool here for this series. This is looking like a promising match, I think, and one as well where we can finally see, like, you know, if it was a bit of an outside, like an outlier performance in their previous upper bracket matches, or if those teams are actually going for the victory all the way here in this tournament and securing their tickets in the grand finals.
Well, 3R Gaming, as we head to our first map of the upper bracket final, will have first pick. Angelo, Meg, Gene Band out, and then of course Piper, Max, and Byron. The response from 3R Gaming as we are getting geared up for the gem grab going into Rustic Arcade. You can see Coco Loco looking pretty happy, all said and done.
Are looking so far like they are ahead of a good match here. We'll have to see what the draft is going to look like. We are seeing some sharpshooters taking out of the equation already with the Angelo ban on the Coco Loco side. We are banning out the Piper and the Byron, but also some more mid-range utility rollers, as we see a Gene ban as well from Coco Loco. 3R going for the Max, and of course the Meg is always a strong ban here from Coco Loco. An 8-bit first pick, one of the best gem carriers still in the game, so a very obvious early choice here for 3R. Usually when you have first pick, you want to go for either like the most busted brawler in the meta, or just kind of like something that is versatile and doesn't get countered too much. 8-bit is kind of that. It just doesn't really have any direct strong counters. Even something like a Bell or Jesse, where the shots can bounce between himself and the turret, they're not exactly like the strongest counters either. The Bell is still gonna get locked in here by Coco Loco, but it's not really a matter of like, oh, there's a Bell, I'm not gonna do anything this game. So it's really not that bad, Coco Loco. I don't mind the pick. I feel like they were a bit limited in their options anyways, because maybe they would have liked to go Gene or a Sharpshooter or a Max, but like all of those are banned. So, you know, the only route really as a Sharpshooter is going to be that Bell.
Rico making his way back in. Seen an explosion in popularity today. So it's going to be good to see more of him as we carry on. Coco Loco, I mean, so far the damage output, Janet from 3R Gaming. Interesting, some added mobility could definitely help this 3R Gaming roster. I mean, 8-bit reasonably slow on the whole, so Janet, someone who can be a little bit more proactive around the map, might enable some more zone control.
Oh, a buzz from 3R, turning up the pace here with some nice aggression. That is an interesting approach. The final pick could be a counter to it, though. They're going to have to be cautious about that. I would see Gale potentially as a good fit here regarding the entire comp, really. I'd love a slow Gale, maybe. I think it can be particularly brutal against the 8-bit as well.
You called
And they are going to go for the Gale. I'm wondering if they will play the stun or the slow here, because I feel like the stun is obviously a little bit more value against the Buzz. But I personally think I would prefer the slow, because you can get more value off the auto brawlers as well. So a little bit of a decision here to make for Coco Loco.
I don't have to ask you, Teddy. What's your personal preference when it comes to Brawl Stars? I mean, you look at X9J and Hiroshi. Hiroshi rocking the tablet. X9J a little bit more, you know, of a handheld situation there. What's your personal preference?
Well, for the most part, like in pro play, it's I'd say even above 90% tablets. And personally, I'm a tablet person as well. So. It just really helps, you know, whether it's the responsiveness. I mean, at this pro level, you need like every millisecond can give you an advantage, and being able to play like 120 hertz, 240 hertz sampling rate on the touch screen, like that means that every tiny little movement goes a long way. Now, do I need that to play? No, because I'm not nearly as good as any of those guys. But I do feel like it makes a huge difference, and this is why so many of those guys are playing on tablets.
There you go. 3 gems apiece. The Gale coming out for Hiroshi and Sakura. Trying to make a deep cut onto X9J, but he will be mopped up. This is the most bloodthirsty gem grab I think we've seen all tournament.
It's been very scrappy early on. Now with the damage booster placed down, it's very safe for the 8-bit. That is kind of the problem. Having to deal with the 8-bit is can just very safely TP back to safety. Has a lot of time as well to get to that position. So right now it is a nice early lead in favor of 3R. Can Coco Loco find some space? The buzz popped. Hypercharge is gonna miss the super against Hiroshi, and now Hiroshi has a chance to try to punish him. Some nice tags with a pinch as well. Jay getting some good value. The turret there surely is going to get some bounces onto the 8, but is able to tank them in the unbreakable walls. Hiroshi trying to close the gap. Yume loses the damage booster, but he has another one available.
I think this is wild that despite all this chaos, 3R Gaming have been right on top of Coco Loco almost the entire game, and they're still dominating this with the buzz pick on top of all of it. The countdown time has started, and it's right at the back. The 8-bit just holding the gem. 7 seconds. The body block comes out as well. How is Yume Goku still alive? That is criminal. That is entirely too criminal for me. And 3R Gaming will take the. Look, they did it. They made it happen. They were just. That was bloodthirsty. I did say it. It was just fight, fight, fight.
A lot of very close goal here on the side of 3R Gaming. Yume Goku barely surviving multiple encounters here where things could have gone very badly, especially with a bell bounce just found a connection or a super on the Gale. That would have been enough. Fortunately for Coco Loco, those opportunities did not pay off. Early on though, a 1-for-1, 2-for-2, Yume. No healing station gives Jay an advantage. Can he find a final tag? He will do just that. Gets to 3 gems now. Memeshi lands onto a nest egg. Nice prediction from Jay. The follow-up kill onto the buzz is very good as well from Hiroshi. And this is an absolutely brilliant start here from Coco Loco.
Well, she takes to the skies. Coco Loco, yeah, the adaptation's been pretty spectacular. It's a 1-for-1. You got Sakura with the super working. Up the sideline, torpedo throw goes out, and it will be a nice little pick there. Looking for more. Sakura's in trouble. The jump pad not going to do much to help Mama. She falls soon after as well. Gems, I mean, it's not a huge lead. It's not enough to start the countdown, but 6 in pocket is nothing to sneeze at.
Definitely still a very messy set. The super is going to be brutal from Sakura, but a gadget is going to save Hiroshi's life. That was a beautiful tornado that will clutch up here for Coco Loco. 8 gems to 3. There is one in the mid. Another one's going to be spawning, I believe, on the Coco Loco side of the map. So that's going to be a countdown locked in, but spread across 2 players, so a bit messy. Hypercharge popped by Sakura. Can Hiroshi stop that push from going 3? Will the tornado would have prevented that pull from connecting anyways. A beautiful auto kill here from Hiroshi. And he has been my standout player here for this game here for Coco Loco. What a Gil performance from Hiroshi.
Yeah, I mean, responds as well on the Rico, just enough of a deterrent that, like, as soon as anyone from 3R steps forward, they're just melting. They're taking so much punishment. Yeah, the Gale. I mean, the Gale play today as a whole has been hugely impressive, not just here in this situation.
Let's see if that is going to be enough here for Coco Loco to secure the opening set, or if 3R Gaming can take this one home. Early on, a lot of damage being taken on that right-hand side by Response. Mameshi pushing forwards. Will take it up to the skies and look to land in the backline, their own backline, to play a bit more defensive reset. However, Jay, look at that, picking up the gems in the mid. Hiroshi gets the kill on the right side, and again, a great start here for Coco Loco.
That tornado has just been the bane of Sakura's existence. Looking to go in, does have the super jumps on the Response. Will find clean up. Damage booster does go down. Sakura with 340 HP trying to get back to safety. Mamashi look at generate some super. You make big shots connecting on the Hiroshi, but not enough for the kill, and the gadget comes in clutch, gets them back. Mamashi diving deep, but Response sending in huge damage. Sakura forced back once again. Mamashi takes again to the skies with that super, but the damage output's not there. XJ9, or X9J, is going to finish it off. One more gem. We start that timer back in favour of Coco Loco. Hiroshi on this scale, like you said, has been the absolute standout for Coco Loco in this first set.
What an incredible performance from Coco Loco this far. This is looking like game 3 in the first set. Should be going their way. Nice defensive measures from Hiroshi. No way to reach the target here for 3R. Coco Loco open up the scoreboard with gem grab going their way. I can't wait to look at the stats on this one, because I feel like it was an incredibly good team performance across the board. I mean, look at that. Jay was 15 kills as well on that bell. He was especially instrumental, I think, in the early game. Now, if you look at things as well, I think Hiroshi still, for me, is like, can be so happy with his performance on the Gale. He got them so much control, so many huge kills. The slows as well sets up his team for success. So that was a very, very strong play from him. Very nicely done. Ring of Fire going to be coming up next, and I think that 3R Gaming are going to have to be a little bit more careful with the draft, because it did already, when we were in the draft phase, feel like a mistake to go Buzz when Gil was still open. I called it out at the time. It didn't take long for Coco Loco to spot it and just completely abuse that against 3R here. Sure, the opening game maybe was like a little bit more rocky, and 3R were able to show that, you know, that their draft has their merits as well. But I feel like game 2 and 3 was all Coco Loco.
Yeah, I mean, it's 3R Gaming also going to take the first pick going into set 2. But it's one stat that it definitely feels like it's lacking, I think, in Brawl Stars, is that control aspect. I mean, Hiroshi, yes, had the second most damage on the team, but his impact was vital every single step of that first set. He was the playmaker for the team. He was the one stopping Sakura from having much of an effect at all. He was always in the right place at the right time. The supers were on point. So yeah, look, I mean, at the end of the day, numbers aren't the be-all and end-all because, like you said, you called it Hiroshi, absolute MVP star in that first set. Let's see if he continues it. 3R Gaming having that advantage going into set 2, and Gale banned out this time. I mean, Coco Loco said, if we don't want it, you're not getting it either.
Yeah, it's such a popular first pick as well across a variety of different maps and modes. So I don't blame them at all for banning it out. 3R are going to be going for the Meg first pick this time around. Definitely not a bad one, still very solid. Not necessarily as good on Ring of Fire than it used to be, just because it used to, before the Meg reward, it used to have a little bit more range, a little bit less damage. Now, I feel like Ring of Fire being so open, the range was probably a little bit more valuable. Regardless, it's still in a good place. It's still a very, very strong brawler. Just incredibly versatile and has so much survivability. That's all the sort of things that you want in Hot Zone.
And the zone control is Amber. Amber is just seemingly so overpowering when she is picked in the draft, especially with the likes of a Meg. Any of those big frontliners who are looking to try and soak some damage, Amber's just the bane of their existence. 3R Gaming, I mean, you want something, you kind of want some long-range threat to round it out here to try and help deter Amber, because you can't take a straight-up fight against her.
Yeah, I don't mind the Amber pick. It's versatile, just like the Meg. Does decently well in many matchups, and just like Meg as well, it doesn't get heavily countered by really anything. Chester is a good shout. We've seen plenty of it so far in the competition, but look at that, quick picks from 3R. It's gonna be a Grey, it's gonna be a Draco. Not bad ideas per se. Grey is gonna give you the opportunity to just TP into the zone and spam that. I think that's the idea here, is to combine that with the Draco. Now I'm curious what the plan is for Coco Loco to shut that idea down. Do you want to go for a tank of your own? You could go for a Rosa, you could go for a Jackie, you could potentially bring in something like a Shelly, or just anti-tanks to get that damage output that is required for stopping something like this. I don't know which is the best approach, but I feel like they do have ways to answer and potentially strike hard, and they're going to go for the Buzz. That is an interesting approach, not necessarily the one I would have expected. I think that I would have preferred, if you wanted to go for a tank, I would have preferred either Rosa, Jackie, or Buster. But hey, if they feel comfortable on that brawler, I'll be looking forward to see how that plays out, because the Buster earlier was fun to watch, but it did get shut down heavily. This time around, there is no Gale to shut him down, so maybe it can shine more.
I mean, it looks like that was the intention, at least for Coco Loco, with that early Gale ban, but I mean, that sticking power could be quite problematic into the face of the likes of the Grey, the Meg, even the Draco, I suppose, to an extent here, for the Buzz. But we'll have to see. Marmashi bringing up the Apex Spectacular, despite certain casters' reservations on the matter. Either way, looks like Response will be bringing the Buzz to bear.
Far, very safe approach on both sides. The pull from Mameshi is going to lead to Hiroshi's demise. So far the start is looking better for 3R. Place on the left-hand side being made. Secreto does survive thanks to his gadget, but he's only going to have a limited amount of those, and Respawn still won that fight. The range from Yume isn't sufficient to find a kill into Response, and the lead is being expanded furthermore by 3R.
I mean, look, it's crazy what you can do with Grey when the ping is even across the board. The Meg in the thick of things. Response jumps on in, out of the net. Machine now in trouble. There's all three members, but that portal going to come through from Sakura. Gets the Dragon out, but he's being outranged. Big damage to the X9J, but the heals coming through. Chester staying alive for the moment. Response misses the first attempt. Will jump on in. Yume, well entrenched, loses the mech, but is still dishing out some decent punishment. Marmashi from range of the portal in with Sakura. And Hiroshi on the Amber now needs to try and play mop up. 4% left to go. Yume comes into the portal, and that Grey, when it's played well, it's pretty terrifying.
A great and comfortable game here from 3R. I don't think the Grey is a matter of like it playing well. I think it's just a matter of having a TP and the Draco just spamming, you know, that TP coming in. with so much health, potentially surviving extra longer on 1 health as well if he pops a gadget. He has 4 of those available to him. It's just a new cheese. It's new cheese. That tech was not, it didn't exist in the first season of LPL. It's the first time I see it as well. This is a common strategy, right? Usually you do it with like a Rosa or something, or a Jackie. You just TP in the zone, and it doesn't matter if you die and don't get kills. You're still in the zone getting percentages, and that happens like for the entirety of the game. So you get a lot of value. This time around, it's new because it's the first time I see it with Draco, but it seems to be working really well, and I really like what I'm seeing so far from 3R.
I mean, the Dragon Solo did a decent amount of AoE damage. You then pair it with Goku on the Meg. The damage output is pretty rough for this Coco roster to try and deal with at the moment. 3R Gaming, they're not going to get too invested. Yume wants that neck back up, and Sakura with the Dragon Solo again is just going to burn away at the entirety of this team. Response tried to make a play. It was short-lived, and Sakura again. It's so tough for Coco Loco to break through this 3R Gaming front line. They've gone and done it now, though. Overwhelming and isolating, but they've still got a pretty significant margin to make up.
They're still fighting for it, and they are getting some good value. Roshi gets the burner off onto Mameshi. Another successful kill, but Sakura is going to be looking to get into that zone once more. Has a super as well. Does he get taken out? He will survive with 1 HP as he popped the gadget, but he goes down quickly anyways. A team wipe potentially here as Yume is low HP. Roshi looking to find a bird, but doesn't find a connection. That is going to be big because the Meg is back into Mech, and 3R are back into this match as they even out the scoreboard 1 set each.
I mean, it definitely felt like there was some intensity coming out of Coco Loco into this series, and the 3R say, look, we can be just as intense as these guys, and they even up with a set apiece, and really impressive hot zone. And yeah, I mean, the Draco, you did question it, but it seems the strategy has validity.
Very nicely done here by 3R Gaming. I mean, the strategy just makes sense, you know? It's just a variant of the tank and Gray, something that you see like all the time on a map like dueling beetles. You see it a little bit less on Ring of Fire, but you still do see it. Usually with Rosa or Jackie or something along those lines. This time around we're seeing it with a Draco, and it makes perfect sense looking at this draft. It just works really, really well, better than it would with many of those tankier options. So I'm really convinced by the strategy here from 3R. Is it cheesy? Absolutely, it's very cheesy. It's also not necessarily like a repeatable draft, right? You can't do that anywhere else. So it might be hard to like replicate this path to success. However, a set is a set. They're even now in this match, and I mean, I can't but congratulate them for that. We're 1-1 going into this third set, and the book is completely open now.
No, I mean, they're heading into this knockout as well. I believe it's Bells Rock, if I remember correctly. I mean, it was I think it's almost the exact same map veto that we saw in stage 1, so it was something that we saw plenty of. But Melody was a standout performer on this map, in this game mode. Coco Loco have first pick. It's going to be interesting to see if the Melody is banned away, because it was played so well on those side lanes, and once it was activated, it was almost impossible to deal with. And we see if that strategy can still be played here.
I think that during stage 1, that was before the Melody balance changes, so she did get nerfed out quite a bit. We still see her, don't get me wrong, like we still see her in plenty of modes, but like I always have the same kind of like conversation where I think a brawler is balanced when it's great in like a few places, and you know it's too strong when it's great in places where it doesn't belong. And I feel like Knockout and the Bounty are like 2 modes where Melody just doesn't really belong. And that's why we see her a lot less now that she's been nerfed out. You still see her in Brawl Ball, you still see her in Heist, because that's where she's like super good. I'm not expecting her to see her on Bells Rock. But again, I mean, I wasn't expecting to see a Draco or on Ring of Fire. So we can always be in for surprises. We do see a Meg first pick from Coco Loco, followed up by the RT pick from 3R, as well as a Barley. So already some Thor IDs being brought in. Coco Loco might want to match that, but they're going to be slightly limited because obviously the Barley is already picked. They have the Berry banned. The Tick was banned by 3R. So if they want to go Thor, it's going to be either Larry Lori or Sprout.
Yeah.
Draft makes sense. I mean, we saw a lot of Barley on this map in stage 1. Just holding down those the mid, being able to provide that assistance to either of the side lanes. Kokoloco, and what is their answer? There you go, the Sprout coming through. Both teams have their thrower. And I mean, Sprout can really play spoiler here, especially be able to lock down whether it's mid any of the 3 lanes to try and deter the involvement of a brawler from 3R Gaming.
They will go for the Sprout indeed. So they won the match. That thrower energy could have gone for like a wall break or something as well, you know, as we saw Crazy Raccoon do against NAVI earlier. That is, of course, an idea, but they seem to be one of match energies here, and they are going to go for the Angelo last pick. Not a bad one here. It's still really good. I mean, that was also like one of the top picks on Bell's Rock during stage 1. Not as popular nowadays, but still very, very strong. Again, perfectly in his element here in Knockout. As Angelo is much more balanced than it used to be. You don't see it everywhere anymore, but you still see it on a few maps here and there, either because there's a lot of water or because like just being a sharpshooter would be great. So I like it. I like the Gil last pick as well from 3R. Not really a direct counter to anything, but just overall like a versatile, strong brawler that can be very useful towards the later stages as well, especially once the gas starts sweeping in. You can just knock them back deep into the gas. That's a lot of damage that your opponents will be taking.
Yeah, I mean, the AoE as well, threat coming out of 3R Gaming is one that could be utilised quite effectively if that gas starts to work its way on in. So the longer they draw things out, I think the better it's going to be for 3R Gaming. Angelo doesn't quite have that same level of contribution in terms of the AoE. Much rather prefers the long range, being able to charge up those shots. So we'll see whether or not NAVI 3R Gaming are willing to commit to an all-in brawl, or if they just stall it out. And Hiroshi going to be holding things down. Both throwers were holding it over towards the mid, and I think, yeah, Barley and Sprout will likely be matching up through the mid portion of this map.
Sprout Ball available now for the Sprout. And he plays down aggressively in the mid. Is there a chance here at regaining some of that mid control? It's not easy. There's the Barley able to just dish out that instant damage. Is better in that defensive position than the Sprout. The hedge will be recalled by a gadget from Response. And it's back to grinding for supers for the rest of the team.
I mean, the problem being that both teams have such range capabilities, rather, that there's no real incentive to go and commit. And there you go, the gas starts coming, and that was the incentive. Crazily enough, X9J oversteps, though loses the mech, looking to try and control some of these lanes, and that gas is doing just as much damage to 3R Gaming as anything else. Sakura just sits there and wins it.
Yeah, Sakura did not need to do much at that point, but even if it did come down to a fight there, I mean, you have the RT full health that can split apart and deal insane amounts of damage up close. That's unwinnable here for Kokoloco. I think the end game is more favorable to 3R. If Kokoloco want to have a chance, I think their win conditions lies in the earlier side of the game rather than the later, where I feel like the advantage is much more clear in favor of 3R.
Yeah, I mean, just that AoE potential. I mean, if you got a super up on the gale and the gas is starting to move in and some of those choke points, hey, that's a death sentence essentially. Hiroshi does have the super, hypercharge and hands of Response. You may trying to get the super up, trying to generate that hypercharge. And Sakura's there as well. Remy looking to go to town, starts chomping away, sending the damage into the face of 3R Gaming. They lose the RT, Sakura's gone, Mud Machine in a bit of trouble now, isolated and alone. And we'll tie it up, one apiece.
Hey, wait for me!
Nicely done by Kokoloco. Again, a very neck-to-neck set here, where games can go either way. We're heading to our third round of knockout to decide who takes the advantage again in this match. We have a Barley Super, Barley Hypercharge now. It's going to be popped aggressively against Response. A preemptive measure to prevent being spawn trapped. At the same time, that means utility that's not going to be available for the end game.
Newman does have the super up. something they could potentially utilise if things go late. X9J takes a big damage from Sakura on this RT. Super there as well. Hypercharge for response, super for Hiroshi. So they will have a little bit of sustained pose if things get a bit dire, but they are getting close to that all-in middle. Hypercharge going out, Remy. Looking to try and punish, throws it down. X9J, the neck not long for this world, but you look at the 3-hour game and just taking so much chip damage. Mamashi nowhere to go. And somehow, who would have thought, Coco Loco bring it back from the brink and take the first round of the set.
We were sweeping that opening game as well. Very nicely done. Not the easy start. It didn't look like they had like a clear winning draft. But they were able to execute it very nicely. I think as well in the first game, they already knew that they needed to settle things before the gas like makes it too claustrophobic. I think they just went a little bit too like desperately at their opponents, which gave 3R a huge advantage in winning that opening round. However, they were it was just much more disciplined from Coco Loco in rounds 2 and 3. They pushed at the right time. They had the right kind of control. And right now, I mean, the pacing is looking exactly the same as rounds 2 and 3 of earlier, which is giving me like a lot of hope that Coco Loco is going to take this opening round.
I think that Hiroshi as well, just being able to thread the needle with those charged shots, just pumping away the damage, means that throughout gaming have to play that much more defensively. Yeah, the shields are there, but response as well, being the Sprout, looking to throw out as much punishment as possible. Yume Goku having to back off, but caught by the fadeaway. And Coco Loco are looking to wrench that series control back in their own favour. We do see the super come out from Sakura, but much of a muchness eliminated. It's on to Mamashi. Gets one. Can he get two? Can he do it? Yes, he can.
No way.
Just too much damage soaked up by Coco Loco. Allows 3R Gaming and Avenue back in.
That's unbelievable. I mean, a bit of a throw from Coco Loco. Maybe thinking they were winning that round and calling it a bit too early. Jay, though, is able to remain focused here and get the kill into Mameshi. 3v2 early on here surely should be a round for Coco Loco. There's no way they let that one slip through as well.
Well, 2v3, and I think Coco Loco just happy to sit back, let it all happen. Don't need to force the issue. The jump on in from Yume Goku. Absolutely obliterated. Was there 1 second, gone the next. And it's all over Sakura, back into the corner. Just, yeah, nothing doing. Already has a super, nothing gained. Just, yeah, unfortunate positioning. There is a high possibility Coco Loco are about to reverse sweep 2 games in this set.
Things are looking really good here for Coco Loco. They have a second Sprout Hypercharge. I want to mention that real quick as well, whilst both teams are still farming supers from afar. The Sprout had a Hypercharge in the first round. You don't see that every day. That is very impressive. Let's see, though, if it's going to be enough here, as we do have 3 supers as well available for 3R. Barley super is going to be placed early. I don't know if that's so cool. Yes, it will help get a bit of control before the end game, but look at that. Super is already gone and got absolutely no value. I think it would probably have been more valuable to have that super in the end game once the zone makes the map much closer, much tighter, and forces that fight down in the middle. But it's not going to be available anymore, and the Sprout Hypercharge is popped and said, look at that. Impressive stuff. Another kill from Hiroshi. Billy, I think that's going to be set here for Coco Loco.
What a play, though, there from Response. Throwing down the hedge, locks in the barley, can't get the safety, and it all just crumbles from there. I mean, Coco Loco really throwing hands right now is the only way I can think to describe it. And I mean, look at Response, 120,000 damage, more than both his teammates combined.
Incredible set here from Response. Mameshi as well tried his best to hold the fort here for 3R with a 6 kills to his name. But I mean, if you look at the damage difference between the two teams, it is clearly Coco Loco that will take the cake here. Very nicely done by Coco Loco. An impressive set. Still, there was some choking, there were some mistakes. That insane clutch from Mameshi, I think it was a 1v2 or 1v3 on the Barley. He had no business winning that. Like, there was an early Sprout hypercharge already that was popped. They got so much value. 1 or 2 player man disadvantage at that point. It should not have been allowed that Coco Loco let that slip. Yet they did, so mistakes were still being made. But I think it's really impressive as well that Coco Loco are able to still win that set despite making those mistakes, kind of showing how strong they're looking so far in this series.
And I mean, turning attention to map 4, or set 4 rather, the bounty on Shooting Star. In terms of what we've seen so far momentum-wise, there is every possibility that 3R Gaming do bounce back and take us to a set 5. But I mean, Coco Loco just seem to have that much more intensity when they do win that I don't know if 3R Gaming have enough to bring it back at this point.
This is where things get a bit dangerous. Now, we did see 3R still have a lot of ice in the veins when they were facing Crazy Raccoons in their quarterfinals upper bracket match, where despite being all even against CR being heavily favored in that match, they were still able to perform and close it out. Now, it is not even right now, but Coco Loco is also not Crazy Raccoon, so there might be some room here still for 3R to try to turn things around, but I think it will rely heavily on what the draft is going to look like for our 4th set.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly it in terms of what we've seen being brought. I mean, it's there is a lot that could be brought to bear. I mean, we're seeing so much priority around the likes of that Gale. I mean, in the bounty, yeah, it's not going to be the be-all and end-all, but I mean, paired with the right brawlers, it definitely could make this very, very uncomfortable for the likes of 3R Gaming, who will actually have first pick going into the Shooting Star. But again, much of a muchness, yeah, you guaranteed at the first or last pick. It's not going to set you up for victory. You still got so much more work to do on top of that. Coco Loco, I think, still primed, would be the favourites to win this series here.
I don't think it's a bad map to have first pick either. If you can like get a hold of like the best sharpshooter, that can go a long way, you know, if depending on how the bans go. Of course, the same can be said as well. Sometimes it's like getting a hold of the best thrower. If you decide to ban some throwers and go like a tick early, or ban a few sharpshooters and get that early Piper, especially if you ban out Nani, those sort of circumstances can really help you. We'll see what kind of approach both teams are gonna look to have. It's going to be a Nani first pick instead. That's perfectly fine as well. It's one of those situations where now Piper suddenly is a very risky pick for Coco Loco to bring in because it gets countered so heavily by the Nani. So it basically kind of like locks it out. Means that 3R could potentially pick it later on into the draft or just make it just an irrelevant pick for this entirety of this draft. So I think the approach here is good, and I think that first pick is this is one of those modes where or maps rather, where I would prefer first pick over last.
Coco Loco now need to potentially adjust in terms of what they're wanting to play here, and it's going to be an RT. It has been a fairly solid pick across the tournament. I mean, it's not looking like it's going to be completely neutralized or blow the series up. So I think, yeah, good safety for Coco Loco to bring out.
Not a bad pick. Again, I'm probably that in most regions we see more being brought into hot zone than anything else, but it seems here in APAC we've seen it quite a bit in bounty and knockout as well. It is a good brawler in general in knockout, to be fair. Once the zone closes on those more claustrophobic maps, I can definitely see that work really nicely. Meg is a good shot as well, just tanks particularly well the peeps. Same can be said about RT. Both are very tanky brawlers that don't have to be scared about a peep heading their way. And the Piper that I mentioned earlier that might be getting picked up later on by 3R. I mean, it's pretty much unfolding exactly as I said it. And look at that though, a last big Melody. That is crazy to me because Melody is not nearly as good as it used to be. It has no business going against RT up close. It doesn't do super well against like Meg either. It doesn't do badly, but it's not particularly strong against either. So I'm a bit confused by that.
I mean, it's a gamble. We'll have to see. Yeah, it feels like it's not the bulkiest of
lineups for 3R Gaming, but that range threat is good. Oh, okay. Melody feels like a really bad time right now.
It's an interesting approach. I think 3R have draft here by a lot, but then again, maybe there is something I'm not reading into properly here, because I don't get those final picks. Why the Melody? Why the Frank? It just doesn't make the most sense to me. There's no cover on Shooting Star, barely any across the map. So I feel like the Frank is gonna be hard to pull off. Doesn't really have any support, any heals, any direct like things to counter. It just has a ton of health, some good damage, but mediocre range, and getting into range is gonna be the big challenge here.
We'll have to see. They're just going to brute force with Frank and get that blue star. The pull into Marmashi, who just looks to duck away, will be finished off by X9J. So, I mean, it seems that response on the Frank is purely there to soak damage to allow the team to take priority over the map. And the super will come out from the Piper. That just clears ground, so he's got nowhere to sit. I think 3R Gaming may have just played this terrifically.
I mean, it was a fantastic start, but now the map is a bit more opened up, and this is a problem for Coco Loco. 3R, they're back in the lead. Now, sure, the Frank is a hypercharge, he has a super. There's super on everyone on Coco Loco, but most of their supers, they don't really enable you to, like, activate. You know, they don't really help you actually push forwards, because they're more like defensive measures. A nice stuff from Jay. You may a bit naive, perhaps on that left-hand side, a bit gullible, and it's going to be a nice kill that gives the lead back to Coco Loco for now.
Yeah. I mean, again, they've got some insane bot Marmashi. That's the super to dashboard. I can't really find much of anything. Roshi forced out of the mech. Super comes out from the Piper as well, just to back off for the moment. The camera from Nani. I mean, we're hitting the final 30 seconds. It's still a single star difference at the minute. And, I mean, 3R Gaming, despite having that range threat, just don't feel like they can really pressure this hefty Coco Loco lineup. They're going to have to. Marmashi wants to make something happen, but Yumagoku goes down, and that is pretty much it. Marmashi just whopped out of existence. Yeah, this is the problem with the 3R Gaming lineup. They're great at range, but as soon as you close that gap, Coco Loco are just going to shine.
I mean, props to Coco Loco. I don't know how they're making it look so easy with this draft. I would not like to be playing with their draft. If I had to pick one of the two drafts, I would be going with the 3R Gaming side. I think that the blue star fight is a bit tough, but besides that, if you manage to keep your distance and play it out a bit better, I can definitely see 3R still turning this one around. There were many mistakes that were made earlier, like the wall break on the top side of the map seemed like a bit of a mistake. The blue star pickup from Memeshi is very clean though, an opening kill from Sakura, and this is more what I was expecting from 3R Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the game plan for Coco Loco, you walk the Frank up, it soaks damage, you get the blue star, you then back off and then wait for them to close gap. Marmashi looking to cut deep onto X9J. Response, all he can really do is sit there and watch Marmashi ducking, diving and dodging out of danger. Response doesn't have the HP to be working here. And look, I think this is what was meant to be happening with the 3R Gaming draft, but they weren't allowed to do it in that first game of the set.
Hey, wait for me.
Jay has many low HP targets to work with here. Does find one, but gets taken out himself. Response was a nice gadget. Gets a kill onto the Piper. Memeshi takes a bit of damage as well. We'll need to be careful. Yume getting pushed heavily. Takes a lot of damage himself. Has to go for the jump up, but that just delays the inevitable. The pinch here into spawn is brutal. Memeshi in a troublesome situation. Nice knockback there from the Yume gadget. But that's not going to be enough as Jay finds Memeshi on the left-hand side, and suddenly is Coco Loco back in the lead, 4 stars away from winning this match and going to the lower bracket finals. And it's going to be none other than Response on the Frank to settle it. Coco Loco are going through to the grand finals, and it is going to be direction the lower bracket for 3R.
I mean, Coco Loco, you're coming into a tournament, having your LCQ spot stolen, you get knocked the people that did it down to the lower bracket. You have something to prove in this tournament, and that's exactly what they're doing. 3R Gaming not quite matching the intensity of this Coco Loco roster.
Absolutely so. This was an impressive set and an impressive match from Coco Loco. They're officially top 2. They are going to the grand finals. What a storyline! What a storyline! A crazy performance on their end. I'm so excited to watch them play in the grand finals, but obviously, Billy, we still have to go through our lower bracket finals as well to decide if it's gonna be a repeat. I think it's gonna be a repeat either way, right? Because NAVI played against Coco Loco before. Obviously, 3R played them just now. So either way, it's gonna be a team that Coco Loco have already defeated either today in 3R or yesterday in NAVI.
Well, our penultimate matchup of stage 2 is coming up after the break. NAVI taking on 3R Gaming. The Japanese derby continues. Don't change the channel. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Okay. Play for free and win prizes with LPL Showdown, a weekly tournament series at Let's Play Live. Currently available for Brawl Stars and more. Earn LPL points to redeem in the Showcase shop for subscriptions, digital and physical prizes. Subscribers can also win cash prizes and receive double the LPL points. Sign up for free today at Let's Play Live. Introducing LPL Tournament Builder. Build your own tournaments for up to 16 participants in 3 easy steps. Choose one of the 53 supported titles across PC, console, and mobile. Select the tournament format and number of participants. Set the prizes for your tournament. It's that simple. Your tournaments, your community, your way. Try LPL Tournament Builder for free today at Let's Play Live.
Three teams remaining, and with Coco Loco going in an absolute tear through the upper bracket, it's an all-Japanese derby in the lower bracket finals. Teddy, NAVI taking on 3R Gaming. There is guaranteed to be a Singaporean team in that finals, but there can only be one Japanese team.
It's either going to be NAVI or it's going to be 3R Gaming. It's going to be a tough one to watch, just like our previous lower bracket match, where we saw Crazy Raccoon eliminated by NAVI. But this end of the lower bracket seems to be where everything is going to be very difficult for the Japanese fans. NAVI versus 3R Gaming. What a matchup here. And also, I'm super happy that we have had no repeat matchups all the way until the grand finals.
Well, our first team, of course, NAVI coming in this have sent home, well, the other Japanese hopeful in Crazy Raccoons, and I'll tell you, they might be primed and ready to send home another one, depending on how this match goes. The champion Levi and Suzuku. Not quite the team we expected to be making the lower bracket run, but to be fair, both teams we expected to be sitting in that upper bracket finals. Well, one of them's already gone from the tournament, the other one's down here waiting to see if they can crack on into the grand finals. Look, NAVI have a little bit to prove, I think, after that lower bracket run.
They really do. I mean, both teams are coming up from a pretty good spot, though, I have to say. I think 3R played impressively well throughout the entire tournament so far. NAVI, a little bit like underperforming so far, but they still come off the bat of a victory against CR, the best team in the region. So things are really open here for both sides, and it's teams that know each other inside out as well. There's ex-teammates, they scrim together and play together all the time. Like, the Japanese scene is incredibly tight. So this is gonna be an absolute banger of a match, and I'm just thrilled to get towards the later stages of the tournament, because those matches have already been so good, and I'm expecting even better here.
Well, let's get on into the maps for the lower bracket final and see what we're playing out. Of course, Goalkeeper's Dream, double swoosh in the gem grab, Dueling Beetles, Hot Zone, Hideout, Bounty, and out in the open for the knockout. I mean, Teddy, what are your thoughts? Goalkeeper's Dream has been a bit of a nightmare so far.
It's a tough map. I mean, I think it brings out some melody nightmares as well. So definitely a brawler that you want to ban out, or first pick if it is available to you. So a bit different to usual. It is also like from the previous competitive map pool. So teams can be a little bit rusty to it. I think it's going to rely on them like adapting the current meta to this, like, you know, older map. So those are some interesting changes that can occur to that extent, like Frank being everywhere at the moment. He's not going to be here though, because NAVI banned him out. They banned the Melody out as well. I'm assuming, looking at those picks, that first pick was on the side of 3R.
No, it was NAVI with first pick.
Never mind.
So
first pick was for NAVI. Yeah.
Gene and Lily, the response from 3R Gaming. I mean, you look at some of these usual suspects banned out: Frank, Byron, Melody, Gale, Meg, which we've seen in our last couple of series to no extent. But, I mean, Gene floated in and out throughout the tournament. Lily, wow, we saw it once and it wasn't great. But NAVI choosing to forget that and move on.
I don't mind the draft here so far. Lily is going to be an interesting one, and it's exactly the kind of stuff that comes to mind as well, like talking about the new meta on this older map. See like a Chest or a Lily on it, those are brawlers I didn't see at all when Goalkeeper's Dream was in a competitive map. Well, Max and Jean a bit more for sure, so I don't mind either. Good support brawlers that can individually also do a lot as well. Obviously, a gym pool is game-changing, but max speed as well, especially on an open map like that, where it's kind of a straight line between your goal and your opponents. It gives you a lot of opportunities to go for a nice play and try to score, or a self-pass as well into your face shifter and to find a sneaky angle into that goal. So some nice opportunities like that available with that max pick. I like where this draft is heading so far. It's looking like it's going to be very dynamic, as we even have a thrower being brought in with Larry Laurie.
3R Gaming have that final pick. What do they want to bring? And it's going to be a Sam.
Okay, I mean, I don't know if they've cooked or not, because I haven't seen Sam being played in competitive in months and months and months. I don't think he's been meta at all this year. So it is an interesting approach here. I'm assuming they're just trying to innovate here, or they have something that they cooked. I'm not sure. With 3R Gaming, they've shown before they are more than happy to go a bit funky in the draft process and try to bring out some crazy picks. They're going to do that right now again with the Sam pick.
Well, we'll see. It's Sam. It's Dark Clown Sam too. What a lineup from 3R Gaming. That's kind of impressive. Well, it's already kicking off, and okay, 3R Gaming are looking to quickly pass this ball up the front, and okay, there you go. That's a good game. It's a quick game, as we do say down here. And okay, all right, okay. Lily was going to do the shenanigans again. All right, Teddy. That's 2 quick goals. 3R Gaming have indeed cooked.
I mean, honestly, this might be a contender for quickest game ever in a competitive Brawl Stars match. I don't know what the quickest match ever is, but that was a 21-second game. I think it took 9 seconds for the first goal. That is insane. Like, that would actually be worth fact-checking because I don't remember a lot of games that were shorter than that.
Back it up. Your strategy is kind of feral, if I'm being perfectly honest. So you got Sam, bulky frontliner, walks the ball up. You've got Lily going invisible into the Shadow Realm and just walking the ball in. Luckily, NAVI now have adjusted. They've sort of cottoned on to the shenaniganry that is 3R Gaming's game plan. Mamashi jumps on in, looking to try and mop up NAVI, but it's not allowed. Sam going to clean up Larry or Laura. It's kind of hard to tell which is which. And there you go, Chappie jumping it in, only to fall to Sam once again. The Dark Clown doing his darndest to make this a miserable time. Mamashi up in the face. He's going to find Suzuku. You may there pass on into the centre. It's passed to Levi. Unfortunately, he's going to clear it out to the right-hand side. This time, I mean, we've already, quadrupled the time from that first game?
Yeah, it's crazy. This feels like overtime already at this pace, but for now, it's looking much better for Navi. Is there a chance? Beautiful shot from Levy. He gets the kill as the ball is about to cross the line. And you can't quite goalkeep if the goalkeeper is dead.
Well, he also can't score if you're dead. They're just going to mop up the elements that were making it such a miserable time for them. And Chappie trying to provide that pressure on in. And Sam Sakura looks to try and clear things out, but it's Levi Suzuki jumps on in. Open goal with his Suzuki. So look, as impressive as that first game and that set was, the second one, a much better answer back from Navi.
Yeah, this was very nicely done here by Navi. I think the beginning is the toughest moment because, like, you spawn at an even distance from each other, but a closer distance too than when you respawn in your goal, right? So it closes the gap and makes it easier for the tanks to get up close and personal. There's still gadgets as well. Once the gadgets are off, are out for the Lily, this is where it gets difficult, but a Chappie is trying to run away. The ball's still gonna be cornered up. Is there enough time for Yume to score here? He's gonna have to walk it in. He takes a lot of damage, but it's narrowly gonna be enough here for Yume to score and secure the early goal for 3R.
Mamashi has just been an absolute nuisance. Sakura takes too much damage, so they won't be able to go for the same spread again. It's not going to be a quick game. Levi back in, has the super, and he just slots it in the right-hand side. What a piece. Now off the kick. This could be anyone's set to take.
A good try here for the 3R defense, but not sufficient at chop. He finds Sakura. This is a big chance for Navi. Mameshi in gadget, pass to Levy, but Yume is there to defend the goal this time around. Has a hypercharge as well. Does pop the pool, doesn't find a connection, but overwhelmed by this offense from Navi. And that is going to be game and set for Navi, opening up the scoreboard here and looking very, very solid in this opening set, despite a very, very strong 3R as well.
That has to be one of the best Brawl Ball sets I've ever seen. In all honesty, that was hugely impressive. Both teams drive, very, very intuitive. When they worked well. I mean, I got to respect the Sam Lily combo. That first game of the set was absolutely insane, but Navi adjust on the fly. And I mean, they prove why they are one of the top teams in APAC.
They really did. I mean, that was an incredible set, especially considering they just lost like a game in 21 seconds. And then they still managed to somehow turn around that game. And I think their game plan was correct, you know? Try to buy time, just bet everything, gamble everything they got on that early defense. Because if they manage to defend it once, the rest of the game is in their advantage. Because they got the outrange, and I think that Lily just relies so heavily on having that gadget to be valuable. Once you're out of that of those gadgets, you only get them in a limited amount, no way to replenish them either. It makes it much more complicated for the Lily to have value. So I think that was very nicely done and identified by NAVI.
You love it. I mean, it was a very impressive draft strategy, though, for 3R Gaming going into the gem grab on the double swoosh. Look, I mean, that intuitive drafting, I don't know if it's going to be enough to carry much momentum into the remainder of the series for 3R Gaming, given how NAVI have already proven that on the fly they can adapt. They're incredibly intuitive themselves. They're cunning drafters. Going into the draft, though, for the double swoosh, Gray and Jean banned out by NAVI. So no pulls going to be coming in from either of those two.
Well, unless they go Buster, I guess. But that is kind of the last option, really. It's getting more limited here, and it's going to be a Gil first pick, so we're at an M pulling. I think it's pushing aside. That seems to be the way of going here for 3R. Double switch, there's a lot of options, I think, for gem carrier. We've seen so many different things being played out. I think that Jean is probably still the best one, but you can go in so many different directions. We've seen Sandys, we've seen Chesters, we've seen Crows, we've seen Stews. So many different bowlers can fulfill that role.
Well, NAVI, follow-up pick is going to be a Pearl. We've seen a lot of that in the front line. He's a bulky operator, and being able to soak that damage and provide that front line for NAVI. So, I mean, again, you're leaning somewhere towards one of those long-range threats. Something, I mean, we've seen it paired with the Bell quite often. Just lurk up one of the side lanes, allow Bell to operate from mid and just threaten the majority of the map.
See what the follow-up pick is going to be. Pearl, again, a brawler that I'm not the most fond of. It is solid, like it is versatile, but it feels a little bit like a cheaper Meg. And obviously, Meg is not an option since it's been banned out by NAVI. They will pair it up with a Byron. This is something we've seen multiple times already throughout the tournament. The Byron and Pearl combo. Again, same thing could be with a Meg as well. Just a matter of having a tanky mid to long range brawler that can get the sustain from the Byron. So overall, nothing too crazy to that extent. I don't mind it. I don't know if it's the easiest map to play Byron, but we'll see. We'll see once we are in practice. And look at that, Draco being brought in again by 3R. That is gonna be interesting. Frank as well. This is giving me a little bit of PTSD, and it seems like 3R, they didn't learn their lesson from the opening set. They are just doubling down on tanks and going all out here.
NAVI, what do they do in response? I mean, high damage range is still an option, but I think you probably do want it, something that can just control the map for range. I mean, you're limited, very limited with the Frank and the Draco. You got to get up fairly close. And I mean, they've got enough range straight out of the Byron. Pair it with something else like the Bell. Potentially. It's going to be an Ebs, okay. So it is just going to be that slowdown. Allow that chip damage to come on through, which was the other option that I was thinking of.
Okay, well, draft is finalized. I don't mind the M's. It's a bit of an interesting one here. It used to be quite meta on double swoosh, has kind of calmed down across the board, as M's is not the greatest of places in the current meta. But, you know, desperate times call desperate measures, and when you have a Frank and a Draco on the other side, you will need some stopping power, and hopefully that's going to be sufficient. I like the aggressive ideas from 3R. It is a bit risky, it is a bit of a gamble. If it pays off, great, we're all even. If it doesn't, though, NAVI is going to be up by 2 sets.
Indeed. Already we start positioning. Suzuki playing left, the Chappie in the mid lane. Okay, they just both jump into the M. Sakura taking some big damage, you may as well. Now they know the Draco's positioning a Chappie
can position in mid, and that chip damage is going to stop the heal coming in from Sakura, who is just quickly being whittled away at. Marmashi trying, but Levi takes it on the chin, gets some great damage out, but it gives priority as they do eliminate the Draco as well to walk up and get some of those gems.
So far, a good start from NAVI, a bit more control on their side, but everything can change very quickly if the Frank gets into range. Does get some damage off, but was too low HP to really capitalize. Sakura looking to exploit the same side. The jump pad ideas here are interesting. It is working out so far. You may able to extend all the way to steal enemy gems as well. Potentially could get 2 in a row here. It's going to do just that, and that means that now the pacing is very much going to be in favor of 3R.
Yeah, for the moment, I mean, that frontline power, and yeah, the jump pads really helping. Unfortunately, when they're all positioned ready to go, the gadget just gives him alive for a little bit longer, but Levi just whopped out by Marmashi. 2 gems, now 1, as the chappy is just going to hold this position. Marmashi's trying to work his way up, but Levi's there once again, super out and available. Marmashi good looking to be mopped up, and that's slow from Suzuku. Just going to make this a nightmare position from Sakura. Somehow, though, while all of this is going on, Gale continues to just chip away at the gems. Yumigoku has found the countdown timer for the team, and that is just daylight robbery from 3R Gaming.
I mean, this is a disgusting strategy from 3R. I absolutely love this deck. How do you stop at the jump at? Constantly catapulting Dracos and Franks with both over 10k HP each into your face. You need so much damage, so much time to shut them down, and the Gale is kind of just chilling there in the mid, getting gem after gem. I don't know what the win conditions are here. This might be a checkmate in the draft, and just a crazy strategy that I have never seen before in Double Swoosh.
Yeah, I mean, Ems, great in theory, that being able to slow down with the super, but it just doesn't feel like it has the damage output to deal with these very, very bulky brawlers. And yeah, Levi, it's a 1-for-1 ultimately. Marmashi's going to go on the hunt, trying to find a chappy. Half HP, just outside of range of that attack. And once again, I mean, NAVI do right the ship, but at the cost of 4 gems, and Sakura's just going to keep jumping on in. A chappy does have the super, will drop it, but so does Sakura. And the Dragon solo is just painful for NAVI.
NAVI did manage to build up a bit of mid control now. How is 3R gonna dislodge them out of that position? Mameshi with the hypercharge is exactly what they need. Might pop a super now, but actually does keep it. Shizuku with the kill, but map control back in favor of 3R, and they got NAVI exactly where they want them to be. Sakura pops the gadget, should still go down, and will indeed, as Levi gets the kill. Mameshi trying to create a bit more space. It is NAVI back with better positioning, but 3R still with a narrow gem lead.
Yumigoku is just untouchable just because of how much HP they have to burn through. They're slowly starting to figure this one out, but Yumigoku walks up, grabs gem, backs off behind the instructor wall. Sakura spawns back up, launch pads into the team. Marmashi plays up that right-hand lane, sprints on in, has the hypercharge, but Levi trying to deny. The damage will be dealt, and it's still a 2-gem lead. Make that a 1 is Suzuku. Does pop the Super. Sakura trying to get around it with the Dragon solo, but forced off for the moment, and there we go. This should be the gem that ties it up. Yumigoku hasn't had the freedom of movement that he would have liked. Marmashi walk it on through. Just off the mark there, can't get damage. He's looking for hypercharge for Levi. Slow up onto Sakura as well. Gems taken, in fact, by NAVI, who are in prime position. It's 1 apiece, and in fact, it's 9 apiece, now 10. And the countdown starts. All they need to do is back off if Suzuku can get the super up. This is going to be almost untouchable, but they both get 10 gems, Teddy. This is nuts.
Equalizing the gem count and actually initiating one from 3R. Stun going down in the mid. The next one does spawn on the side of 3R, but it's not obtainable by 3R Gaming. So NAVI even out the scoreboard once more. Managed to make it 12, but they need a 13s if they want to find a way here at keeping that countdown up. Eventually, though, we are going to be running out of gems, but the slow to Yume is what settles it. Gems stolen by a Champi, and NAVI run back to base with 20 in the pocket. A final chance here for 3R to interrupt, but I don't think that will be granted. Beautifully done by NAVI, and somehow they turn things around here. I have to say, Billy, I think this was one of the best like mid-set adaptations we have seen all tournament. The ability here from NAVI to make it work against such a weird comp and such an overwhelming comp is incredibly impressive.
I think this is the first ever run it down comp that I've seen in Brawl Stars where you just send the Draco and the Frank to you just keep sending them. Off spawn, you're sending them to fight, and Yumi Goku just plays it. But unfortunately, Icarus, too close to the sun, does have those wings on his back melt, and he falls back to earth, plummeting to his own death, and it gives the gems over. Tips that in favour of Navi. Mamashi again, up in the thick of things, just trying to force it back, allowing Yumi Goku. He's got 4 gems in pocket because of Sakura and Mamashi. And, I mean, Levi is going to take some priority. Sakura's low, but that regen comes in clutch. Another gem there. That should be grabbed, but Suzuki walks on up, and that's exactly what they needed to be doing. The slow field comes on through. Suzuki's going to nab all those gems, work his way back towards mid. And it's about forgetting the tags, getting up in the face of the Gale.
Yeah, now that the gem lead is in favor of Navi, it's so hard for 3R because I think their ability of getting gems from just overwhelming the opponent, it works to a certain extent. There's always some gems that are going to escape because at some point you have both of your players down, and that pacing can be a bit awkward. Mameshi pushing forwards with the hypercharge, does nearly get the kill, will get it now, but no follow-up onto Levi, and it's going to come down to Yume to find that kill. Nice shot and super there onto a Choppy, but the gem lead is still massive in favor of Navi, and all they need is one more to initiate a countdown.
Hot charge, slowing field onto Mamashi, just dancing around the wall. Suzuki will pick it up. And off the next spawn, this should be the tipping point. A Chappy has all 10, but the rest of the team can play spoiler. All Suzuki needs is that super up, and the slowing field is going to make it very, very hard for them to contest this 10 gem Byron. 6 seconds to go. Yume has to walk on up, but there's next to nothing he can do. The front line's back in play, and Navi will deny 3R gaming strategy and take the set themselves.
Some clown emojis at the end as well. I mean, you can feel the tension here. Navi, 2 sets up now, and honestly, I kind of want to see them go to the grand finals because we've already had the Coco Loco storyline of them getting revenge over Navi, but like, I would still want to see like the villain arc from either Navi taking it all the way and winning the grand finals against Coco Loco, or Coco Loco doubling down. Like that, I want it, man. I want it. I am biased for this match. I want Navi to go through, and so far I feel like they deserve to as well with this incredible performance. Was a great draft in set 1 and a great adaptation in set 2.
Do we want to talk about the fact that there was 40 kills for Navi in that game alone, and every single player averaged over 200,000 damage just because of the fact that the Frank of Mamashi and the Draco were just bums rushing up the field, eating it while Yumi Goku grabbed those gems. Yeah, look, okay, that's probably one of the highest kill, highest damage games I think I've ever seen in Brawl Stars. And with that, Navi set themselves primed on lower bracket final point. If they win this set, they are in to get that rematch against Coco Loco. But yeah, you hit the nail on the head. Navi are just adaptation kings in this tournament. They have made some very impressive change-ups on the fly, and it's got them to this point. They will have first pick going into set 3 of the lower bracket final. I mean, Teddy, at this point, it just seems like there's nothing 3R Gaming can bring that will catch Navi off guard.
The drafting from 3R Gaming is crazy. Like, I don't know who drafts for them. I would assume Mameshi, but I'm not entirely sure. But I've been so impressed by so many of their drafts because they just bring such crazy ideas, and more often than not, they work out as well. However, Navi just simply doesn't care. Yes, they'll be caught off guard. I mean, we saw in the first game of the gem grab set, they didn't know what to do, but then they talked it through and managed to do better in the second game, and then even better in the third. So the adaptation on this spot from Navi is really what, for me, takes the cake here and what is the most impressive to show up. But 3R, they might still have some tricks up their sleeve, as we see Larry, Laurie, and Sandy being brought in as the answer to the first pick Byron from NAVI.
Well, I mean, we did see Sandy played very, very well on the hot zone, and it was not in the last series before. So, I mean, it's something that has worked in the past. It makes a lot of sense. Now, what did NAVI bring to answer back? Because that sandstorm was a real problem.
It is a very strong super. Barley is going to be the first answer here from NAVI. I don't mind it. It does really well, especially with I want to see recently added Unbreakable Walls. It has been a while now, but the addition of the Unbreakable Walls make it even better on this map, even more than Larry Laurie. That obviously benefits from it too. But Barley is a great pick here. Can get overwhelmed by Larry Laurie, but it does have a little bit more control with that super. Just different approaches for the same job. They have the final pick available to them here to close out this NAVI comp. Wonder if they want to go for something a bit more aggressive. I feel like Buster has been criminally underutilized so far, and maybe because RT is taking its place a little bit in this sort of like, you know, aggressive, versatile, tanky idea. Yes, it works very differently than Buster, but in practice it does feel like it fits a bit of a similar role sometimes, especially once you split your legs. It's all about being up close and personal.
Yeah, I mean, he's shown incredible versatility in terms of broad draft, and Rosa is the final pick. I mean, you have talked about it. Usually it's the grey delivery system, but I suppose the sandstorm would work in a slightly slower way, but largely the same. You just being able to sneak that Rosa up into the zone, all of a sudden NAVI go from thinking that they're safe to being threatened quite heavily by that close quarters, very, very tanky brawler.
I don't know what to think of that. I feel like overall Rosa can be an absolute threat here to this comp, but the RT, especially if it's getting heals, can also shut it down very quickly too. So I'm a bit unsure about the draft here on both sides. Not sure which one is a winning one, which might lead them to be even. But then again, I've been surprised so many times by 3R in some of their crazy comps. Let's see if they can do it again here, as Yume is looking to go aggressive and punish Suzuki. It is a trade at the end of the day, but a trade that does help 3R get an early lead percentage-wise.
Chappie being threatened by Sakura, but the range power of the ball super comes out from the Barley. Chappie forcing Lamashi off, but they do pick up Levi, and Yume forced out once again. Suzuki does have that super on the Byron. Sakura rapidly approaching super of her own in hand. We'll be looking to utilise it, and things cleared out. Levi did use that super. Sakura picked up once again, but 3R Gaming getting a decent amount of time on the zone. Now it's NAVI's turn.
NAVI was full on mid control. Another slow plays by Chappie is the last one, but he does have a hypercharge, which he decides to keep. Interesting decision here. He just goes for the regular old super. And to be honest, it's not a bad shot because he gets another super now. And that is going to be a team wipe for NAVI. Back in the zone, back in control. Not quite in the lead just yet, but Levy, with a nice pickup there on the right-hand side, is trying his best to keep that lead going the way of NAVI. So far, though, it is fairly even as both teams are on the mid-40-50% threshold.
Larry Laurie still holding in. Sakura, this big, bulky frontliner. Yeah, it doesn't feel like they have the punch that they need to clear out 3R Gaming and get significant time on that objective. Levi's doing the best that possibly can. Sandstorm does come out, and they will get two very, very big kills. Ramashi there has the super up once again. The Chappie moving on in, but Yumi goes to off for the spawn. They get through. I mean, 3R Gaming are just going to walk away with this one. There's just not enough punch in the NAVI draft.
Great game from 3R, and again, it feels like a very like draft reline game again. You know, it feels like they got better draft and they're doing better by the looks of it. I don't think they're playing like crazy well either. Now the question is, does NAVI find a solution? Do they manage to adapt here? Maybe some lane switches or some different approaches, trying to get some different angles, different pinches. There could be something that they can cook up, but they will need to do it right now, otherwise they will let us set slip through to 3R.
Yume, here Goku's happy to go and face tank, go for these fights, because that means the Sandstorm will be coming up that much quicker. Suzuki, who Darko unfortunately eliminated already. But yeah, Suzuki, only so much you can do. And all the while, 3R Gaming are still getting time on the objective. Mamashi cleared out, but the super comes in at the last second. Sakura back on spawn, looking for a fight at Chappie. Will send out the super to try and dissuade with its own control, but it's 40% progress already made. NAVI will need a good 20 just to catch up.
Well, this time around, NAVI have control a bit earlier in the match, it feels like, before they let as much percentages slip. Once the gadgets are going to be running out, it might be better for them. But they need to do damage control until then. Yumi with a great sandstorm. It's going to come in with a flank against Shizuku. Yumi is going to be low, but the healing sands helping him reset as well. Can NAVI get back into control? It seems like they will manage to hold on to it for a bit longer. NAVI closing the gap percentage-wise, but there's a hypercharged super available for Sakura, and that might be game-changing.
Absolutely coming on through, but Sakura taking some decent punishment from Suzuki with that super and a Chappie. Just setting fire to the map right now. Levi looking to hold things down on the right-hand side, and they will look to equalize here in terms of that control in the hot zone. Sakura finished off Mama. She doesn't have much to go with either. And Chappie just making the most of these supers to zone out as best as possible. And it seems, while it's not the cleanest of answers for that sandstorm, that they seem to have found their answer. Sakura in close proximity can't do much. Super comes out from the Chappie, try and zone. Yumigoku can't do anything. And again, it's not the cleanest, but it seems to be working for NAVI.
Unbelievable match from NAVI so far. I have to say, their adaptation, again, is what makes their difference. Are their drafts the best? Most of the time here, no, or they're fairly even, but they always manage to figure out a solution when things are going wrong. And whether their draft is better or not is not the question. The answer is it's match point right now for NAVI, and they are just one game away from going to the grand finals.
Yeah, and they are getting some decent priority over this hot zone. They're going to start wiping them, and there's a couple of team wipes there that do force 3R Gaming off. And the read is, we can just not to fight. They kite on the back side and just walk themselves to their own side of the map and then mop up the entirety of 3R Gaming and get themselves onto the hot zone. They just do it every single time. As soon as 3R Gaming step up, they just kite away and then walk their way back in once they've wiped the team.
What a performance here from NAVI. This time around, they're even able to get an early lead. Yume does slip through, but Shizuku is there to get the trade, get the follow-up as well to Memeshi and keep that man advantage. Sakura, if he gets too early, it's gonna be legs drop for Levi. Gets a bunch of damage, not enough for the kill, but a super as well from a Chappie. Even gets a second super within his hypercharge. Crazy place on the barley here for a Chappie, and NAVI slowly but surely running away for this one. Sakura does have a hypercharge, but no super to pair with it and no too low HP to use it. This might be an unfolding disaster here for 3R.
I mean, 3R's draft relies on holding the zone and having NAVI walk up to fight them, but NAVI are refusing. They're just kiting on their way out and then walking back in once the zone is clear. This is brilliant adaptations on the fly, match after match, series after series. NAVI are adapting to their opponents and forcing these maps to play out in their favor, and there you go. NAVI 3-0 sweep the lower bracket finals to book the rematch in the grands against Coco Loco.
What a day here for NAVI. They started things slow yesterday in day one, but today it's been a complete night and day difference. And look at the kill count as well. 21 for a Chappie, 21 for Shizuku. I mean, even Levi at 8, that's still an incredible amount. NAVI taking this set, and it makes it look like it was an absolute stomp. It wasn't, because 3R had a crazy good tanky, like, respawn cycling comp available to them. They really cooked on the drafts multiple times, and yet NAVI just make light work of it. They make the right adaptations, and even if they are outdrafted, they still very much remain competitive game after game.
And I mean, it's a versatility that makes NAVI look
terrifying. It's the only word I can think to describe it. And if there aren't any teams that are playing in the LCQ that go back and watch these VODs, well, what can you do? All you can is just go and try and take down this NAVI roster, because I just don't know if there's any way to stop them. But Teddy, it's time. It's not going to be what we thought it was, but look, it's Coco Loco, it's NAVI, it's a grudge match that's been brewing since that LCQ spot was stolen. When we come back after the break, it's grand finals time. NAVI, Coco Loco after this.
Okay. Play for free and win prizes with LPL Showdown, a weekly tournament series at Let's Play Live. Currently available for Brawl Stars and more. Earn LPL points to redeem in the Showcase shop for subscriptions, digital and physical prizes. Subscribers can also win cash prizes and receive double the LPL points. Sign up for free today at Let's Play Live. Introducing LPL Tournament Builder. Build your own tournaments for up to 16 participants in 3 easy steps. Choose one of the 53 supported titles across PC, console, and mobile. Select the tournament format and number of participants. Set the prizes for your tournament. It's that simple. Your tournaments, your community, your way. Try LPL Tournament Builder for free today at Let's Play Live.
Coming back, and we are on the cusp of the grand finals. Now, if you find yourself at home wanting to play some Brawl Stars, unfortunately it's too late to play in this tournament, but it's not too late to get involved. Throughout August, we have 8 tournaments going on. 1v1 format, 3v3 format. It's up to you if you want to play. You can play both of them if you really want to. Scan the QR code. But look, Teddy, you need to find some mates if you want to play 3v3. I mean, look, if you want to, you can, one in each hand, get your feet involved. You can play by yourself. But look, if you do play, you have the chance to win some LPL points and LPL tokens, courtesy of LPL. And I mean, look, having tournaments like this, courtesy of Supercell as well, is a huge opportunity for these APAC teams who don't always get the most opportunities to play. And having a look at our bracket, it's been an interesting run. NAVI head down to the lower bracket. Coco Loco have made the flawless run through the upper bracket, dropping a single set along the way, mind you. Look, it's almost a polar opposite of what we would have expected it to be.
Yeah, in many situations, you could consider Navi as favorites here, but I'm gonna be honest with you. I kind of want to go Coco Loco again. I feel like I feel like the revenge story from losing their LCQ point is just too beautiful. I just want to see Coco Loco succeed. I want to see them be our Season 2 champions. I think that would be a great storyline. And overall, I mean, it's been a heartbreaking end of the year for Coco Loco, but I feel like that would be like the light at the end of the tunnel, you know? That would be the silver lining that I feel like those guys deserve.
Yeah, I mean, they've been playing phenomenal Brawl Stars. Like I said, one singular set dropped on the way to this grand finals, but their opponent unfortunately can't say the same. They were one of the victims through that upper bracket of Coco Loco. They were knocked down to the lower bracket. They've made the run to this point. Teddy, I mean, if it was a grudge match before with Coco Loco taking on NAVI in the upper bracket, surely it's even more so now that NAVI have clawed their way back to the grand finals, looking for some revenge of their own.
Yeah, like on one hand, you have like the Coco Loco storyline, which is like, you know, about something wholesome and them getting, you know, their revenge and their redemption for a year that didn't quite go the way they wanted to. On the other hand, you have like the villain arc from NAVI, you know, where like they can double down and not only have stolen the LCQ spot by 1 point, but then stolen the LPL champion title here as well. I feel like both are like so tempting. I think I'm Mr. Nice Guy, so like I want Coco Loco to win, and then like NAVI, they're gonna be sad they lost, but they still rather go to LCQ, you know, so it's like a nice silver lining, a nice compromise. But I'm sure there's plenty of fans as well that just want like NAVI to win here, to have like that villain arc that we all love to see as well.
I'm quite happy to play devil's advocate in this situation. The Vito's coming into this grand final. New Horizons, Color Me Intrigued, Pinball Dreams, Minecart Madness, and Open Business to round it out. Now, Teddy, we only needed 2 maps in the best of 3 in that upper bracket to see Coco Loco move on. This time around, it's a best of 5. It is a longer run. It's more of an endurance run, if anything. And we've seen NAVI do very, very well in the best of 5 format. I mean, does that give you confidence that NAVI are going to take this? I mean, Coco Loco definitely feel like they have more to prove in this situation.
Well, I want to say that in a way, I feel like Coco Loco is the only opponent so far that has been able to like make quick work of NAVI look convincing against them. All of the other NAVI matches, I mean, first of all, their previous one against 3R looked like NAVI looked incredibly deadly. Their adaptation mid-set was just so good. Actually incredibly impressive on that front. But even their match against CR, like it was very even. Coco Loco is the only team that has looked like strong against NAVI. Can they repeat that, you know, now that it's a best of 5? They beat them yesterday in a best of 3. It was quicker, it was just 2 sets. It went by very quickly. I don't know. I feel like Coco Loco, for me, like I just like the storyline about it. NAVI, they did beat CR today. They did beat 3R today as well. So they beat some incredible opponents, and they might be coming in as favorites to that front.
I mean, arguments could be made at this point. That's the case, but Piper and Meg for Coco Loco here on the New Horizons Knockout. That is a lot of range strat and a pretty decent front line to pair with it. Now you just need something more supporty, potentially with the RT to round out Coco Loco. We've seen it quite comfortably sort of fit into a lot of comps. But NAVI, where do they pair this Byron with?
All right, the Piper and Meg. A good answer here. Piper just directly a better sharpshooter. Doesn't have the same amount of versatility, the same amount of utility, and obviously no heals to be provided for your team. Meg doesn't need that though. It's just very strong and independent. It holds on to the mid on most maps really, really well. Larry Laurie is an interesting answer here. Again, New Horizons is a bit of a weird map from the previous competitive map pool as well, where you have very few walls in the mid, but like the one wall in the middle of the map is incredibly important, and the 2 sets of walls on the sides are super, super important as well. So getting a thrower can really go a long way in kind of like preventing aggressive pushes, going into your opponents like kind of like just catapulting over those walls, or even in the mid fight towards the end, using that one wall as like needed cover that you really need you and your mates in the mid. It really finds that value on a thrower. Max speed though could very much disrupt the aim a little bit of the Piper. If everyone's running so fast, it's really hard to find value on a Piper.
Yeah. I mean, they've got a little bit of extra steroid in terms of the mobility. Larry Laurie's that throw. Byron's for sustain. So, I mean, look, they've got a nice, well-rounded comp. They just, I suppose, lack a little bit of soak in terms of the damage overall, but the output is definitely there for Coco Loco. I mean, what do you answer back with Barry's ban? So you don't really have a thrower. Grey is another option. The APAC Grey, it seems, strikes again, Teddy.
I mean, it's been a bit disappointing for the most part in the LPL the last 2 days, where I feel like it hasn't always gotten as much value as they wanted it to. So we'll see if that will be the case here again. I don't know. I feel like it can do well on your Horizons, especially if you manage to like isolate a thrower or the Byron. That can be pretty much a free kill. So I think that, like, I have nothing against Grey. I want to make that clear as well. I have nothing against Grey. I think that into the right draft, I can definitely see it shine. I feel like this might be the right draft, so I'm very much fine with that pick.
Well, it's time. Grand finals here between Coco Loco, NAVI, both with a grudge to settle in this best of 5 for the LPL Brawl Stars APAC Tour. A lot of posturing around the mid lane. NAVI playing topside. The hook out from Hiroshi is well off the mark. Larry Laurie going to send damage in response. Copping a bit of punishment. X9J not really finding those angles to put this Piper to work.
For now, NAVI forced to play a bit more defensive as Coco Loco has been picking up more control. Beautiful pull from Hiroshi. In trouble here for Choppy. The pull finds the connection. What a shot from Hiroshi. And that's the kind of Grey I like to see. Beautiful play from Coco Loco.
Definitely feels like a bit of a misplay and Chappie making the switch at the wrong time and means that he himself gets hooked rather than the decoy. Hiroshi follows it up. The Grey, the APAC Grey, strikes while the hammer, the iron is hot, and yeah, Levi just walks into the gas, lets it go. NAVI, kings of mid-round adaptation. Can they do it here?
Hiroshi has TP now. If anyone gets low HP, he could just swoop in and pick up the pieces. But for now, the max speed will force a more defensive stance from Coco Loco. A lot of health being dropped. Response out of mech now as well. Laurie getting a lot of value. And look at that, man advantage. This is gonna be a round for NAVI. Let's see if they can feed more of their supers here. Don't see any more supers, but definitely did get more damage, so they will be closer to some of those supers for this third and final round.
Well, just saying it with your chest, NAVI on the offensive with the power of the max response early out of that mech. The hook onto a Chappy, he's still alive, and now X9J looking for it, and they will find Levi, unfortunately. Max gone. Shizuku just alive somehow, but a Chappy taking punishment. X9J walks up that right-hand lane and will finish off for Shizuku, and it is all on a Chappy. And the Larry Laurie does have to serve it, but it doesn't matter. Coco Loco will take the first game of this set.
Very nicely done here by Coco Loco. A pretty back and forth set, could really have gone either way. I think the Hiroshi played an insanely high level Grey here. A double pull early on to get the first kill in the first round, and then getting some great tags across the board in the third round as well. Sorry. It's looking really good here for Coco Loco, but NAVI, I mean, they still managed to keep it close and in a manageable realm as well, where they could turn things around. However, Chappy isolated, a nice kill here from Response. Can he get a follow-up? It doesn't seem like it, but look at that. Shizuku gets a two-piece, and that is gonna be NAVI that somehow they completely reversed the man advantage.
Yeah, I mean, Suzuki's positioning was everything there. X9J, yeah, look, NAVI don't want to stand out in the open because they don't want to take a long-range fight with Piper. It's just not smart play at the end of the day. So, a Chappy and Suzuki just going to tuck in behind this wall. Suzuki does not have the range, unfortunately. No, there really doesn't, Chappy. So this is going to come down to the gas to force one or the other to make a play. And the problem being is X9J, as soon as they close that gap, is largely useless.
Yes, it's going to be very tough. He might get some tags, at least try to work towards that super and that hypercharge. The 1v2 is going to be an uphill battle, and he just runs for the gas instead. Still looking to get some tags, but also doesn't want to feed any more supers. A good attempt here from Coco Loco, but at the same time, a reminder that like that man advantage slipped through their fingers. They had the advantage, they had that opening round, but they gave it away.
We'll have to see. X9J taking some punishment. The hook comes through, the wall's gone. Now Levi has to start making moves. The champ taking punishment. Shots connecting on both sides. X9J does have the super effect the entirety of Coco Loco has the super. The hook goes out again. This time he's off the mark, and it gives Coco Loco all the priority they could possibly want in the situation. Levi looking to send shots in. And this is a rough spot, especially because all Coco Loco need to do is just wait the clock out.
In theory, having the map completely opened up should be a huge advantage versus that throw. Outrange as well versus the max, but the max speed is going to be pumped now. Does that make a difference? I don't know. But Navi are willing to gamble on that play. A lot of damage being taken by Response. Out of mech now, but the health is bad as well. 1 kill here for Coco Loco. Shizuku goes down to the gas, and there's no room for Levi to shine on the max either round for Coco Loco. And now all they need is 1 round to open up the scoreboard and take the first set.
And they got the offensive. Max spots the hyper charge. Looking to get on in. Hiroshi having to use his super defensively there. And now all of a sudden it is Coco Loco corralled. The mech is there for Response, so if he does go down, if they need to use it, Piper looking to get out of danger. Finds Levi the portal. Is going to be Response's demise as well, unfortunately. Hiroshi. And it's quick work made. NAVI will tie up the game count here in this set. Look, that adaptation coming in. NAVI work off the front foot and force Coco Loco on the back. I got to worry for Coco Loco at this point.
The NAVI rightfully identified that in the mid, once it's opened up, they can't win. In their spawn, they can't win. But it's around the enemy spawn area that they have the advantage, because there's still walls and they can spawn trap them. And with this correct identification of the situation and a great analysis, they were able to just completely shine here and steal away that game, remaining competitive as well in this opening set. That's some brilliant stuff again from NAVI.
Response, force back, having to wait for the HP regen. Max has to duck out of cover, well, out of danger rather, into cover. And Hiroshi playing that right-hand lane. Walls cleared by X9J. And just the utility available has given this Piper so much freedom to work with. NAVI find themselves in a rough spot once again. The hook goes out, and it splits the difference right through the middle of both Levi and a Chappy. They get themselves some ground back, but as long as that Piper is out in the open and there's no cover to hide behind, NAVI aren't in the greatest of spots.
Right now it's back to a fight in the open area where it could be more complicated for NAVI. No kills just yet, but at last kills are coming through, and it seems like it's going to be a full-on team wipe here for NAVI, taking the advantage here in this match and a round away from taking the opening set.
Reverse sweeping the first set of this series. Response taking big damage. Hypercharge coming out X9J with the jump around to Chappy. Looking to get out of danger. They want to get Response out of this mech if possible. Another burst of speed. Looking to come on in. They're corralled in once again. Looking to cut and split that difference. The portal used by Hiroshi to stay alive. Response trying to gain some ground for the team, working up that right-hand lane. Out of the mech. Now in trouble. Response, he's just going to chip away as best he can, but they finish it off. Not much longer for this world. It's Coco Loco, unfortunately. X9J does have the super, so you can at least try and utilize that, but Hiroshi not really in a position to help team. And there you go, X9J out into the waiting arms of a Chappy. Hits the emo in the gas, and the reverse sweep of set 1. Secured victory for NAVI.
I mean, this is not Navi from yesterday. This is definitely day 2 Navi. And again, the same thing all over again. Adaptation. Adaptation mid-set is what they excel at. And they show that for like the 3rd match in a row here. What a performance from Navi. They will be the ones kicking things off here on the scoreboard as they take the opening set. Kills wise, it is fairly even, definitely favorable of Navi. I mean, you can't really win knockout sets if that's not the case. Damage wise, also favorable to Navi, but both like very close. Could definitely have gone the both ways for both teams here. So I feel like this was a bit of a missed opportunity for Coco Loco maybe. I feel like they could have gotten more out of this set, but Navi are making sure to switch things up, find the answers to everything that Coco Loco is throwing at them so far. It's a very, very strong performance from Navi.
Well, Bounty up next. Colour me intrigued. Well, I mean, that's exactly what you said when we first saw it coming into the map pool. Colour you intrigued. You weren't quite sure what to make of it. And now that you have seen it, Teddy, what do you think in terms of the Bounty and what these two teams might bring to it?
It's a bit of a difficult thing still to analyze because it's only the 2nd time we ever see it. It's not in a competitive map pool, which I would say typically would give a bit of an advantage to the underdogs. It closes the gap a little bit. It's not a map that they scrimmed most likely or they've ever really played before in a competitive setting. So it is a bit of a weird one here. Maybe giving a bit of an advantage to Coco Loco. In theory, right? Because, you know, if it's on a competitive setting and the most traditional stuff, it's gonna be the favorites that are the favorites. However, there is one little element here where we've seen Navi's ability to adapt throughout the sets and just make the right changes, swap the right lanes, the most minor adjustments that sometimes just win them the games and reverse sweep those sets. And I feel like that's a skill that is fantastic to have on a map that's a bit more known.
Exactly. And that band top left is an intriguing one, ironically enough. I mean, you look at the bands across the board. Eve taking out RT and Rico, as well as the Jean and the Angelo. And we do see that Mandy come through first.
Mandy pick here makes sense. I mean, it is a staple of Bounty in general. It is a fairly open Bounty map as well for the most part. So I can definitely see Mandy have its space here. The Eve ban is indeed a very questionable one. I mean, it is a map with a lot of water in the mid. I think that banning Angelo is a must ban. However, Eve not really in the current meta and would get outranged by pretty much any mid you bring in. So to that extent, I kind of disagree with that ban. I don't think it is that necessary. But a kit first pick on the side of Coco Loco is an interesting approach. I think they're just gonna go all out here and try to go for a crazy comp.
I mean, we did see it. I mean, it was last stage, and I'm not sure at the validity of it, but we did see the Kit Miko combo. I don't believe for a second that we're going to see it here again, but the Kit was pretty potent in the few appearances that we've seen it played out in this tournament so far. Coco Loco, X9J just taking a brief moment to hydrate. It's important. Remember, if you are at home watching right now, stay hydrated. It's key to making sure that you're a top performer when it comes to esports and gaming in general.
Absolutely so. Let's see how the draft unfolds here as a Meg will be brought in. A bit vanilla, not entirely sure of it. I mean, it does have great survivability. I just don't know how easy it is going to be to close the gap when you have this Mandy in the mid. Now, Gale will be brought in for safe measure, extra defense, extra control. And they are going for a thrower with the final pick on the Navi side. Larry Laurie being brought in last pick now to be locked in by Coco Loco. I don't mind this draft from Navi. I think it's really hard to have a proper analysis. Not just because it's a map that is new to me, but also because it's a map that's new to the players. Meaning I don't even know if they are very confident about any of those picks.
Well, I mean, Chappie seems to love his Larry Laurie. He's been playing it pretty consistently throughout the tournament. Final pick for Coco Loco. What direction do they head? I mean, kind of want something that supports that gap close. And Tick, yeah, throw of their own, just providing some space, allowing Kit to move a little bit freer around the map. Yeah, I rate that. Solid pick.
All right. I mean, Tick works here. I think that in many situations I do prefer the Tick in the 1v1 versus Larry Laurie, so it's not a bad shout. Not a direct counter either, though. We'll have to see how the Kit works, though. I mean, we have a Tick and Kit duo here. I don't know if the Kit really gets any help here, though, from his team. Like, there's not much synergy between that bro and the rest of the squad.
Well, I mean, whatever the case may be, the assumption that there is a plan, we'll see. I do like that it works out with the taglines there. Bro is a bot down for the Coco Loco side. We'll see if Bro is indeed a bot. As we look to get things underway, Chappie taking some big priority up this right-hand lane, but the Tick coming in clutch already, making it a bit tougher.
Blue start, giving the advantage to Navi. An aggressive play from Response on that Kit, but Levy doing short work of it, saving a Chappie's life as well. However, Response does have a super now. He's going to jump. That is going to be a nice pickup. The super from Levy not going to find a connection, but Shizuku looking to find one, looking to find a double kill on that left lane, and that's Gale Magic once again.
What a super timing there, X9J. I mean, it's 11-3 with 1:10 on the clock. That is phenomenal stuff. Deep hit push from Response. They will take down Suzuki and get some stars back for the team. But Chappie playing a dangerous game here. HP is limited. X9J following hounding. The super comes out, but it's a 1-for-1 ultimately. So it will be start lead still in favour of Navi. Is Larry and or Laurie, one of the two, is just up there off the super. Suzuki does have the super and the hypercharge to work with, and that could be pretty devastating positioned well.
And that is a devastating super from Levy. Finds that connection and now 3 stars away from victory here. Either way, the timer is going to be a problem. Nice double super here from Shizuku. Wow. Pops another one up, and that is going to be the final kill from Levy. I mean, what a flawless performance from Navi this game. The entire squad absolutely performing. The Gale doing magic, the Mandy doing magic, the Lara Lori a bit more quiet, but just doing their job by, you know, being quiet and not causing any issues, making sure they, you know, cause a little bit of a stir up some issues on the enemy side of things. But so far, I mean, I'm absolutely charmed by this Navi draft.
I mean, the Gale in and of itself, it's just the threat of him that is the scariest part. X9J immediately out of the mech. Response, just sneaking on up. We'll take that blue star. Not going to do it for free. We'll be hounded back a little bit. Hiroshi does have the super on the Tick available, but X9J struggling to get the super back up. I say that, and it's just going to be the last little Tick on over, and that will be the mech back up and play.
Very defensive here from both sides. Super from Levy finds the connection. That is going to be Hiroshi dropping dead. And a 1-star advantage for Navi. Not for long. Super doesn't go through this time around from Levy. Shizuku and a disaster position on the left-hand side. And a 4-star advantage, including blue star in favor of Coco Loco, with this very, very strong start.
Yeah, Coco Loco, I mean, answering back in the second game of the set. Remy Response does have the super. Hiroshi has the super. Response is trying to use that gadget to relocate the chat. They get very audacious, very aggressive, trying to shut down X9J. HP just regenning back up in time. Super out from Hiroshi, but stopped short of the light. Suzuki wants to get up and involved. And Navi just feeling like they've lost a little bit of that priority here. And jump on in. What a play. X9J in response. 1 for 2. That goes the way of Coco Loco. And Navi, I mean, yeah, look, you've still got Suzuki with that super available. I don't think this game's going your way.
Well, that's a big kill onto Jay. Now 1 star in it. And 1 kill could turn things around. They have a good push going for them. A super there. Can they find a kill onto Response? The kill is there. And that's going to be a steal from Navi. Jump pad away back to safety. And somehow this game that had like a near like 8-star lead or something in favor of Coco Loco. It gets picked up by NAVI.
Cast a curse at its finest, unfortunately. They could not have been typed any worse. But yeah, NAVI, look, making a desperate push at the very last dying moment of the game. It's exactly what they needed. They get in, they get the star count back, and Coco Loco just had the time to adjust and answer back. And all of a sudden, Teddy, that lower bracket run is culminated in NAVI sitting on not just Grand Finals point, but tournament point as a whole.
Yeah, as a reminder, there is no bracket reset, meaning that it is all coming down to this one best of 5 and potentially to this next set here. So it doesn't matter that Coco Loco made it to the Grand Finals through the upper bracket. NAVI, if they win Pinball Dreams or any of the remainder 3 sets, they will be your Season 2 champions, joining Crazy Raccoon in the LPL Hall of Fame.
And it's going to be interesting to see who joins them end of stage 3, but we've still got to get through this next set, potentially the next couple of sets, to figure out if it is going to be NAVI lifting that crown or whether or not Coco Loco can claim it for themselves, and what would be a hugely impressive reverse sweep starting off in set 3 here. But I mean, NAVI's drafts, NAVI's adaptations on the fly, it just seems that there is no real long-term answer to shut them down.
Yeah, I agree here. I mean, I think we're seeing very similar things than what we've seen as well before. In the first set, it was, again, NAVI's adaptation being absolutely key. This time around, they didn't even really need it. I think they have the better draft, and this is the thing. I don't think NAVI often have the better draft. They usually have like fairly even drafts or slightly losing, and they made the right changes to still turn it around. This time around, they just straight up outdrafted Coco Loco. And that is where things start to be a little bit worrisome, because if Coco Loco doesn't nail those drafts, I mean, I just see NAVI winning the whole series.
I mean, especially going into the Brawl Ball, that can spiral out of control so very, very quickly. And looking at things, Hank, Stu, and Barley banned out from Coco Loco.
All right, the Hank ban is definitely a curious one. Didn't really expect that. Stu as well. I mean, we haven't seen a single Stu being picked out, nor today, nor yesterday. So those bans from Coco Loco don't really make the most sense to me. We'll see the Barley, that is a bit more of a familiar brawler. I think that for the most part, my assumption is that they're comfortable with a lot of brawlers and they just didn't really want bans. You know what I mean? I think they just like kind of burned those out to just whatever, because they wanted to leave as many brawlers open as their first pick. And turns out that Larry Laurie is their first pick.
Well, what is the answer, of course? From NAVI, I mean, they've banned out the Gale, which has been seeing lots of priority, and it's the APAC Grey coming into the Grand Finals and could potentially seal the deal for NAVI.
Okay, paired up with a Meg as well. Solid brawler, does well here around the mid. I would potentially like a Rico to be brought in here. I think it does particularly well on this map. A lot of scary brawlers already removed. I think Nita is a bit of a staple here. Obviously, any thrower are going to be good, but especially Barley and Barry, which are banned out. You can see Willow being played here as well. Occasionally, Dynamite. Those could be last pick options for NAVI still. But they have a thrower counter in Grey, so they don't necessarily need it, and it's going to be a Frank. And to be fair, there's no damage output from the Grey. Not the highest damage output, especially not in burst from the Meg. It's not a bad shout. Combining it with a Colette as well. Gil is banned out. There's not a ton of Frank counters available here. I'm not sure what the move is. They might be forced to go for something like an Ems, and in which case, I mean, it doesn't have any good matchups besides the Frank.
Yeah, just playing for the kite ability. NAVI, what's sitting in the back pocket? That's the question. They're taking the time, knowing full well that this could be it. They could lock this tournament out here. So it is going to have to be a pretty solid pick if they want to make it done. Pinball Dreams, the Brawl Ball. The Griff, okay. Interesting. So if you can't go through the problem, potentially the answer is go around it.
it's an answer. I mean, they're just doubling down on the wall break, and it is kind of like the most like logical answer because it kind of goes two birds, one stone. It deals with the Frank, it deals with the thrower, right? They both benefit from cover. So for the most part, there is an outrange advantage for Navi. They have some wall breaks. Is it gonna be enough? I don't know, because there's limited wall break on the Griff. It's not like a Brock, for example, that can open up the map with his super as well. So it's here it's just free wall breaks from the gadgets, which are going to be limited to 3 or 4 depending on the gear. So it is an interesting way to go, but I don't mind it. I feel like both teams have their win conditions here. We'll see which one works out, as early on Coco Loco gain a lot of map control, but that is to be expected considering the comps.
Well, it's grand finals, match, series, everything, point potentially on the line. Here, Levi going to get that ball clear. Hiroshi trying to make something happen, but Suzuki just drawing attention. Levi has a Chappie back in play. They can start to work that ball up the field. Response is there in the front line, but not having that could be a bit of a problem for Levi at the moment. Deep cut from X9J. Hiroshi there as well. Every single wall that is here is quickly dwindling away. Levi walks on past the tack there from Response, and we'll just look to clear the ball. A Chappie down. X9J will have plenty of time to slot that shot home. Coco Loco taking the first goal in the first game of the first set. That's it.
Navi do have the better comp though, like they have the counter in this case. Is it enough though? That's a question, because Frank can be so overwhelming. I'm not sure. Nice pick up there. It's not quite a kill, but takes him out of it, but beautiful shot from Jay. That makes a world of a difference, because that secures the game for Coco Loco. Listen, this is all about early game here for Coco Loco, right? They want to get out of there before the map is completely destroyed. There is a limited amount of time here that needs to be survived, I think, for Navi in order for them to win those games. If they're able to survive those initial pushes, they will have a huge advantage, because the open map is going to be a nightmare for Coco Loco to deal with. But until then, it is definitely Coco Loco with the advantage.
Absolutely, there is definitely a lifespan on this Coco Loco roster. And Levi walking up. The fact they didn't clear up Response is a huge misplay there. And that is a freebie and a half. Coco Loco about to take set away from Navi and deny the 3-0 sweep. It's a big teleport in from Suzuki. The super comes out. Looking to jump on back with X9J. Looking to mop things up. It's a Chappie alone. He does intercept, but it doesn't matter. Coco Loco take the game and the set with ease.
Beautifully done here by Coco Loco. I mean, I think that Navi, again, they did have the counter comp, but sometimes those brawlers like Frank, they are so overwhelming that even if you do have some counters and the right strategy, it's not enough to stop it. The blunder could have been leaving the Frank open, and in all fairness, if you look at the draft here, Coco Loco, they left a lot of brawlers open. They banned Hank, they banned Stu. I don't think they were scared of those brawlers. I just think they wanted to have, like, you know, specifically a lot of options open to them for their first pick, because there's not really much of an advantage having first pick if all the strongest brawlers are banned, right? So leaving more open, these are more open and weirder meta coming through the drafts phase. So I like this approach a lot from Coco Loco. I think that Navi, if they were able to play a bit more defensive, not give as much away, and open the map a bit more like efficiently, maybe things could have been it could have been a different story here. But hey, for now, I don't think they should get to their head just yet. They're still ahead by a set. They're still in the better position. They just gotta find a way to like reset the mental and go off to the next set. You know, as a clean sheet. Slate.
Well, I mean, either way, the Brawl Ball can quickly devolve very, 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 very rapidly. I mean, it was a very quick set as it was. So, I mean, you go to the gem grab, it takes a little bit longer. You do have a little bit more breathing room if things do go a bit awry. So NAVI will have first pick going into the Minecart Madness. At least they'll have more freedom to adapt mid-set than they would have likely had in that Brawl Ball.
Yeah, potentially so. I think that NAVI, they're still in a great position at taking this whole series and taking this whole tournament, as a matter of fact. Coco Loco, they need to hit the nail on the head again for this draft. They did in the last one. They did have some oopsies in the first 2 drafts, so those are all things to be considered. Looking at our bans here, I think we're seeing pretty straightforward bans. I mean, the Frank and Barry are some of the main ones I'm looking at. I think Gil and Meg as well are incredibly good right now. Looking at what's being banned out, it feels like it just makes sense with Navi having that first pick. So nicely done here, I think, by Coco Loco. They kind of banned a lot of the main issues they could have been facing. And Navi, they have some good bans as well. I think we saw Coco Loco very enthusiastically playing the Larry Laurie before. That's not going to be an option this time around.
The Byron makes its way through for NAVI. Understandably, it's seen a lot of play. It's a great support role, offering a decent amount of range threat, plus those heals to come on through. Coco Loco, I mean, what do you opt into? Maybe we see something around the max. I mean, we did see a lot of the Gale play, but it's banned out by Coco Loco at the moment. We aren't going to see that frontline strat that we did see out earlier today, despite how impressive it was.
I like the max pick. Bring out that max speed and try to throw the aim off of the enemy Byron. It can be very helpful. The pace as well can be very, very nicely manipulated by that brawler. It combines well with pretty much everything, whether it's tank, a sharpshooter, or an AoE mid-range. Kind of works well with any brawler. Always provides some value. Considering its minecart madness, it could be a mid pick. It could also be played on lane and leave things open for like a Gene mid too. So a lot of options still available here for Coco Loco, as they could either double down on lanes or pick up a different mid. And I mean, look at that. I mentioned mid-range AoE, and I mean the king of that right now is Sandy.
Yeah, I mean, she's proving a real problem. And the likes of the grab, the gem grab, the hot zone, having that sandstorm. Look, teams are going to have to figure out what they can possibly do. Because as it stands, it just seems to be so tough to overcome.
At close range, it can be dangerous too for the Baron if you don't successfully spot your opponents in the sandstorm. Once it's too close, it's usually also too late. Chester doesn't really suffer of that same issue, as he does have a bit of a shotgun effect with his shots, similar to a Tara or a Crow. Very nice and strong up close, but still able to get some nice pokes from afar. I like it here. I think it can do well. Does have a little bit of RNG with its supers, and it's not always the most reliable and most consistent. However, it did get buffed in the, not the latest, I think it was the balance changes before that, but still fairly recently, and we've seen it more and more ever since. And a Buster, one of the, I would say, most underutilized brawlers in this LPL tournament. I feel like it is one of the best tanks still in the game, and we've seen very few of them, even though it wasn't banned particularly much either. I'm happy to see it here from Navi. I like their comp so far. Coco Loco, they're going to have to impress me with their final pick.
Yeah, I mean, the Buster, it has been sort of min-max for the first time we saw it. It wasn't very effective. The second time we did, it was. And the Sam coming through once again. And the last time we saw this, it was Brawl Ball. It was paired with the Lily, and it started strong. Didn't finish that way. Interesting. Frontline, Brawl ability.
Yeah, this is the thing with Buster. As much as it's like, to my eyes, the strongest tank in the game besides like Frank, it does suffer in a lot of tank matchups against other tanks, and Buster is Sam is a direct answer to that Buster. So to that extent, I can see some merits to this comp here from Coco Loco. I mean, Max Sandy is a classic. It just simply works. It's a lot of utility, and they're good like duelist in themselves as well. So I really don't mind their approach either. I think both teams have their win conditions in this fourth set. But of course, the stakes are huge here because Coco Loco, this is their chance at taking us to a fifth and final in the grand finals. NAVI, they could settle things in 4 sets right here, right now, if they take this one.
Oh, Chaffee already having established some priority. Response, tucked in behind the destructible wall on the Sam. Looking to get the damage out. That movie montage in the wrong place, but luckily Levi was well and truly in the right spot to enable the team there. NAVI already establishing themselves in Minecraft madness in this gem grab. They're taking some real control.
Buster Shield giving some nice protection. So far, 2 gem lead in favor of NAVI. Levi looking to make it another 2. 6 now to their name. Jay massively outranged there in the mid. Chappie does take a lot of damage, but it's going to be a 2-for-1 trade at the end of the day. And NAVI should be able to extend their lead furthermore.
Response does have the super, looking to try and commit it there. We'll get on deep, but Levi gets a big damage out. Those 3 gems do hit the floor, but they're in a position that can be recovered quite easily. And that does once again allow that control to be established for NAVI. Looking to send the Sandstorm out next 9J. It is a 8-5 lead now as Hiroshi does work his way back on up 6. Yes, they do pick up yet another gem. Response tucked in. If they take Hiroshi out here, that is likely going to be the game. But looking to go speedy. Levi in trouble. That's a dangerous spot. He's got 7 gems in pocket. Does not want to fall.
Yeah, I didn't quite get the ideal super here in the roulette, making things a bit more complicated. Lead for Coco Loco, but a kill here for NAVI. Next gem will spawn on the side of Coco Loco, but Jay picks up this one. Hiroshi, though, forced out of the mid. 9 gems now on the side of NAVI, but 1 gets dropped. 10-8. If they get the 11th, that will be an unstoppable countdown, but NAVI are there in the mid to even things out. Another kill, and once again, the gem carrier being dropped down. A messy, scrappy fight down in the mid, but one that will keep going for now. There's no clear winner just yet, but a very defensive play here from NAVI does create some space for Coco Loco to build up control in the mid.
Chaffee doesn't really have the HP to do this. They need to get that gem and stop that timer once again as X9J is working up the right-hand side. Those gems sitting pretty deep for Coco Loco. Levi not in a great spot. It's going to be picked up. And there you go. This might be the flip, the switch that we need. NAVI, 25 gems in pocket. Coco Loco overstayed their welcome in the contest. And they're not going to be able to chase that down. 6 seconds right at the back. The Minecraft's going to make it even harder. They've got to cross that line. The Buster sitting pretty. And yeah, NAVI just bide their time. Wait for Coco Loco to misstep and capitalise.
Match point coming up for NAVI. Their chance here to not only win this game, but the entire tournament, the entire second season here of the LPL Pro Division. Can they make it happen now, or is Coco Loco gonna fight back? It did not look easy, but at the same time, I mean, it was so even throughout that game, it could absolutely have gone the other way around too.
So NAVI forced back at the moment, looking for a little bit of priority over towards the Coco Loco side. Chappie working his way up, looking to dish out some punishment on to Response. And they do. I mean, ultimately, it's a pretty even trade. In fact, Response is going to come out on top. Levi looking to try knock things up, but it's enough pressure that Coco Loco brought themselves up for a 4-gem lead, about to potentially make that 5. But the Chappie there with the movie montage will be able to shield out the team. Unfortunately for them, Response is up in the thick of things on the Sam. Chappie does just avoid disaster, and they pick up the kill and the gems to boot.
Disaster strikes here for Coco Loco. They lose their gem care, and NAVI now on the verge of being crowned our second season LPL champions here. Levi needs to be careful though, takes a lot of damage, but the kill is confirmed. 10 gems to his name, and NAVI now with a countdown.
Yeah, in Response, I think he's already calling it. You've got Chappie trying to play spoiler in the middle. He's looking to try and shut down Response. That minecart coming as well. That's it. That is, oh no!
He's traded out. So the timer will have to start again from 15 seconds. All three members of Coco Loco spawned up. That minecart might stop X9J from crossing a Chappie. Taking some damage. Doesn't have the super to work with. 5 seconds to go. X9J has to push on in. They need to get those gems on the ground, but it's not to be. NAVI will win stage 2 of the LPL Brawl Stars APAC Tour.
What a performance throughout this tournament. Early, they were dropped into that lower bracket by the same team, Coco Loco. But this time around, they did manage to get revenge in the grand finals. GG's, well played. We got new champions here in the LPL for this second season, and they are going to be NAVI.
Look, all I'm saying is I'm glad I didn't turn in my NAVI fanboy card. It's still sitting in my wallet, nice and pretty. I was worried as they were dropped into the lower bracket. Looking at the run that they've had, they start with a nice, easy series, and then things got a little bit scary, Teddy. They got dropped into the lower bracket, had to make the run. Knocked out Crazy Raccoon, 3R Gaming, and Coco Loco to prove that they are ultimately the best in APAC, at least for the LPL Brawl Stars APAC Tour. We'll have to find out how LCQ goes, and then of course we'll see if that actually holds true as a whole. But there you are, NAVI, your stage 2 champions, Chappie, Levi and Suzuku. They played phenomenal Brawl Stars, Teddy.
What a performance from these guys. They played super clean. Their adaptation, I think, is like the key word to define this roster throughout this tournament. Doesn't matter if they don't have draft, they still manage to make the right changes to come out on top. And I think that's such a beautiful outlook as well on the game, because there's lots of players they're going to be there like, oh, I got out drafted, nothing we can do. I don't think that's the kind of mindset that NAVI have, No matter the circumstances, they will still give it their all. Sometimes it's not going to work out, but I mean, they absolutely deserve this victory, man. They played incredibly well. Sure, they dropped into the lower bracket early, but then they defeated Delay Esports, so X-Revenant, CR, 3R, and Coco Loco. Like every major contestant they managed to beat here in the lower bracket afterwards. So that is an unbelievable performance from them, and I will deserve victory in my books.
Well said, Teddy. Now, before we do close out for stage 2, I've seen a lot of people talking in chat saying, oh, it's not that hard, I can do it. Well, prove it. That's the challenge. You at home, prove it. Next month, in August, we have 1v1 and 3v3 competitions kicking off. 4 of each week of the month. You can sign up, you can play both. You can prove that you are, in fact, the best and better than some of our teams in the APAC Tour. Maybe we'll see you there for stage 3 further on down the line. Shout out to Supercell and LPL for putting this all together. It is about time APAC had the chance to play tournaments like this. Teddy, thank you so much for joining me for yet another stage of the APAC Tour. And until next time, stay safe, and we'll see you for stage 3.